Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable layout, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture operating on the Petroleum Mining Leases 53 and 54 has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways. Through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development, as well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Berkey Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I like that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fishan community are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a First ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but have seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First ENP for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey Scholarship Program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. it is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi.
I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month, and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell one truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you, to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goals. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they can change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they can change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on the principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
Hi, I'm Abdraman Ali Al-Hafiz, also known as the Climate Bender.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Welcome. Let's discuss leading through AI and technological disruption. Technology has always changed how organizations operate. But the current wave, led by AI and automation, is changing something deeper. How leaders must think. The temptation is to treat AI as a technical project, something for IT or a task force or a vendor. But the most important questions are not technical. They are leadership questions. What work will still require distinctly human judgment? How will we redesign roles so that people are not competing with technology but amplified by it? What ethical lines will we not cross, even if crossing them appears profitable? How will we prepare our teams, not just with skills, but with the mindset required for constant change? You can delegate tools and implementation. You cannot delegate the values, the boundaries, and the direction. In my conversations with senior leaders, those who navigate technological disruption well do one thing consistently. They take time to think slowly about the long-term implications before acting quickly. They ask, how will this technology change the way our customers live, decide, and trust How will it change the way our people experience work? What kind of organization are we becoming if we fully embrace this? AI will not replace leaders, but it will expose the difference between leaders who think deeply and those who simply react. In seasons like this, your task is not just to adopt new tools. It is to provide the kind of steady, thoughtful leadership that gives your people confidence in the future you are building together.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today. Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today. Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.
A weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
You're welcome back. Now, this is the newspaper review segment of the Business Day Television Breakfast Show, where we explore top headlines on the front page of our dailies. I'm your host this morning, and Destiny Mama. Joining me in the studio from our insight this morning is Mohammed Akondi. You always bring this vibe that I like in our newspaper review, because you are. Should I start hailing your super intelligence? All right, so good to have you. Now let's go. Oh no, too. Same here. And now let's go straight to the conversations. First, on our very own Business Day newspaper. On Business Day newspaper this morning, top of the headline says that CBN reopens dollar tap for BDCs to curb Naira gap. It says that CBN reopens dollar tap for BDCs to curb Naira gap. And that's the period of change that we're talking about here, curbing the Naira gap, as the Apex Bank has just speculated. And another top headlines from our Business Day newspaper says here that stocks gains 970 billion naira as markets rides on pension fund liquidity. It says stocks actually gains 970 billion naira as markets rides on pension fund liquidity. And more on our Business Day newspaper here says that Dangote's $20 billion bet pays off as refinery hits world record output. It says Dangote's $20 billion bet pays off as refinery hits world record output, and this is because they have to produce like 75 million liters of petrol daily. Right. Wow. And that's according to Dikpo. Dikpo actually speculated this with so much facts and figures. Jumping on Business Day headlines this morning, Mohammed, what do you think is actually, giving that tap to you right now?
Oh, yes. I think we discussed that during the early...
yes, the headlines,
The headlines, thank you. So we're able to talk about it now. So as I told you, or I mentioned, the CBN is trying to be able to close the gap again.
Okay.
I remember I mentioned again, and we would like reiterate that. In the last 3 years, when the president made those groundbreaking declaration, subsidy is gone. I can't forget that. But the other one that you also be able to mention, don't forget, is the unification of exchange rates. The gap between the official market, official rate, and the black market or parallel market, we call it in business line or in economic term, is so wide. There's a wide gulf. So if you remember very well, then official rate of $1 to $1 can be like around 280 naira official.
Official rate.
The parallel market can be like about 750.
Oh wow.
Look at that gap. So if it's possible, it simply means that Kayode, for example, who is dealing in that, can go buy from CBN for 280 $1 and go and resell for 750. So you can imagine the amount of gains that it could be able to witness. So when this announcement was made, that gulf closed. We saw a very, very significant close in that gulf in the last 3 years. So we're now looking at the rate of the exchange rate. Foreign exchange rate can be like about 1,000, like as at yesterday, it closed at about 1,395 naira. Good. And then the parallel market is 1,450, 421 naira. Sorry, that's where it closed. So you have those gaps. It's a bit closer, but last week, as a result of a surge in demand, they're not demand for more dollars. So that gap widened to around 90 naira to about 120 naira difference. And so the CBN needed to quickly be able to intervene to ensure that you get a hold of it before it goes out of hand. And that's why they're trying to be able to reopen further. The dollar tap, let's say to bureau de change dealers. They're the officials at the BDCs. They start selling to them again from Wednesday. So as to ensure that, because these are the people where myself and you who need the dollars can go to easily and buy.
Of course.
Especially we'll be able to lead.
Because they are actually easy go-to people.
If you go to people, you can easily get.
They're even coming
able
to
get
you
from
this
balance.
day.
Of course.
They're
So
to
some of them will do that. So I think opening it
but the
now.
rate is actually really coming down.
No, it's coming down. No, it's coming down. It's not like the problem there is the gap now. So because the banks may not be able to meet all your needs for the dollars. Let's say Destiny wants to be able to import certain things to the country. You are in need of about $50,000. Some banks may tell you they don't have that in their coffers. Most of the time, these BDCs tend to have them. So if the gap is too large, it's too wide from what you can get from the bank and them, it will create a problem.
It will.
And that's exactly what the central bank is trying to do. The rate has been coming down. We're not talking about a range of about 1,300, 1,400, which is actually a good thing in terms of from where we are coming from anyway to where we are. So the CBN is opening that, and we are likely going to be able to see the closure of that gap between the official market and the parallel market. I think that you mentioned about was the Dangote story.
Yes. Before the Dangote story, there's also one that says that stocks gain 970 billion naira.
Yes.
As market rules on pension fund.
That's amazing. Liquidity. The money from pension in the last 6 weeks has been massive.
Wow.
Massive. From our pension, from myself, yourself contributions. In fact, the government has actually dipped into it to be able to do some infrastructure projects.
So are you saying that the new tax law regarding this is actually paying up already, or
so maybe
some
the tax
accumulated?
It will be related, of course, because it will be taxed. Stocks. So if you have stocks, shares yield rose significantly in terms of. So when I say yield, is the return on your stocks, the return you get on those stocks. So in the last 6 weeks, we've seen a very significant turnaround. The market has remained so bullish.
Oh wow.
It's in the green. That's been in the green for the past 6 weeks. Market has also. We said the market is in the green. There are a lot of profits, and then we have not seen more profits taken. People are getting the profit and they are reinvesting it back, not taking up the profit and running away from the market. So stock achieved that, and as a result, one of the major things that caused that was because of this pension fund. The government has dipped into it. come out with it to be able to use it for a lot of other government projects.
Okay.
The amount in the fund, pension fund now, is in trillions of naira.
Wow.
Pension fund is in trillions. Wow. That's just lying I do there. Okay. Don't forget. So, if for example, Destiny is actually paying pension, you may not be entitled to it until you retire from work. Okay. So the money just be lying idle. So the law allows the government to be able to take part of it, invest it, and give you a share of the return. That's what they are doing in the pension fund. Wow. So a lot of investors, stocks actually rose as a result of that. People are getting their yield. If you're able to check into a pension account as well, you see some significant change.
So what do I do to just delve into the Dangote's and $20 billion?
Yes. Don't forget that. So it's refinery, that's the worth. The worth of that refinery at Ibejuleki over there in the future zone. Now, don't forget that that place is a 650,000 barrel per day refinery, the largest in the world.
The largest
in the world, not in Africa.
Well,
that's single train refinery, and that's what we are saying. I think it's another one. So he has invested $20 billion into it. He started paying off now. Now, he has not achieved the 750,000 barrels. And now they are sitting about 300,000, 450,000. But what is installed there, the installed capacity of that place is 600,000, 50,000 barrel production per day. Now, what is our local consumption? That's barrel, which is the crude oil that they can refine. If you convert 750,000 barrels, multiply it by 130, which is actually the amount of liters you will get in a barrel, you'll be talking about millions of liters that we consume. Local consumption per day is about 50 million liters that we consume. The NUPRC has not really been able to give us the exact figure. Is it 50 million we consume per day or 75 million? There is 75 million liters now. It shows that yesterday, in fact, it reduced the price of petrol again. The price came down at the gantry price from what it was. So I think we are seeing the positives that's actually coming out from this, having our own local refinery, instead of talking about we want to import again, exactly, and subsidies here and there. I think that'll actually be able to let us be able to go out of.
Okay, then very quickly, we still have some things to say, to talk about on our Business Day newspaper headlines. But don't forget to join us at 2:30 p.m. where we actually do behind the headlines and stories on our Business Day headlines, analyses by the writers of the stories themselves. Now quickly, let's get into the Punch newspaper. From the Punch newspaper this morning, we're starting from senators, as the minister Umahi said, and the senators clash as Umahi defends ministry spending. There's a senators clash as Umahi defends ministry spending.
So that's
going to be a whole lot.
Of course.
It's going to be a whole lot of.
Was a show yesterday?
It's going to be a whole lot of.
I'd like you to sit down maybe after the show just to watch it.
We're going to really.
Oh my God! It's huge yesterday.
This, right? Okay, now say coup plotters will face justice. This is according to the air chief, and here it says that blackout 300 billion naira power lifeline for hospitals and universities hits snag. Whoa. You find that on page 10 of the Punch newspaper. And here it says Kwara massacre, survivors traumatized after deadly attack. Soldiers occupy deserted community. That was some massacre that happened there in Kwara. Very devastating and very sad. Now, the big story on the Punch newspaper says that religious freedom violations, APC and NPP back Kwankwaso as United States sanctions tension rises. Now, this is as a result of U.S. Congress gets a bill proposing visa ban, asset seizure for ex-Kanu governor and others. Well, we do not know. Well, let's see how that story turns out. While some people making a propaganda story, others think that there's no smoke without fire.
Of course.
We need to
some
actually
the propaganda,
exactly
and some say, okay, let's see.
And find out what the real situation is in there on his personality profile.
Of course.
And now here says Daniel Amosun absent as Abiodun endorses Tinubu for 2027. You find that on page 29 of the Punch newspaper. And coming down says that 12 Nigerians nabbed in Ghana. Prostitution crackdown. Wow, the hustle is real. Going by this, said that 12 Nigerians actually nabbed in Ghana. Prostitution crackdown. Now that's not a good one. Coming on the front page, talking about a prostitution of Nigerians in Ghana. And here says that Tinubu names new NACON chair as Hajj disruption fears mount. You find that on page 12. And from here, I say the cybercrime court jails two Chinese directors at 92 years. And the last one here says that El Rufai anticipates arrest as police detain allies. I do not know what you have.
Oh, no, okay, because I know we have
just
one
quickly
time.
have to say
Yes. So, like I said, I'll just quickly be able to touch them in a few seconds. The first is Umai, and it was a serious show yesterday among the senators, you know, defending the budget, and then there was a face-off between a senator from Kano and a senator from Ebonyi State as well. I think we spoke about the one that happened to Kwakwanso, when it was actually fingered when it comes to religious freedom persecution in Nigeria. And I think he has his days to be able to defend themselves. And I think the last part there was the part of Daniel and Amosu, Kwara State story. I think that struck me as well. You know, soldiers have taken over Wuru and local community. Yes. It's actually unfortunate, just like you said. So we've seen that, but we hope that our heart and our heart is actually with them, and that they're actually able to return back to their community. So that's what I said at the other time.
We just want to believe that it's a propaganda, like we said.
Maybe. So, as I said, there are two schools of thoughts now. The Congress, Republican senators, congressmen yesterday came up to say they are mounting, or they actually be able to start the process of placing travel ban on selected Nigerians who fomented this Christian genocide claim. That actually
I want to believe that. I want to believe that there's so much in these. As the days pass by,
we'll definitely need to know what happened.
So much revelation.
Kwakwanso's name was actually mentioned.
That name is going to bring a whole
It's a
Before we get to the big story, let's just take the major story on the Vanguard newspaper saying that U.S. reps propose visa ban on Kwakwanso.
It's filtered through all the papers today.
Full implementation of the defense budget once again. Let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day, so to speak. For the cartoon of the day, I'm sure you'll be able to analyze that.
Oh yes, I think don't forget the uproar that have generated electronic transmission of results is actually coming to the fore. It's one of the biggest stories in the land at the moment, because should INEC transmit results electronically, in terms of if we vote now, Amanda vote, can it actually be uploaded instantaneously? So I think that's the question. That's what I'm saying. So because if INEC cannot do that, then we don't need them. That's what the question is all about.
We don't need them. Review segment very quickly. We do not love to go, but we have to, because up in a business money by yours truly, and that's Mama, and with me is
Mama Lakonji. Thank you very much for having me this morning. We'll see you tomorrow. Good morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi.
I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month, and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell one truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goals. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they could change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they could change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on a principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book, entitled Shifts.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business.
Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets. Good morning. You're still watching the break. Chief Executive Officer of Dangote Petroleum Refinery, David Bird, says the seamless integration of the unit underscores the refinery's engineering depth and operational resilience. And Nigeria has failed to meet its assigned oil production quota for the 6th consecutive time in January 2026. And data released in the latest monthly report by the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries showed that Nigeria's crude oil output fell to 1.478 million barrels per day in January, representing a 1.27% decline from 1.497 million barrels per day recorded in December 2025, based on secondary sources. The decline highlighted persistent constraints in Nigeria's production capacity, including infrastructure bottlenecks, crude theft, security challenges, and operational inefficiencies across key oil-producing regions. Now, while secondary source data showed a decline in Nigeria's output, figures submitted through direct communication presented a slight of violating religious freedoms, signaling a potential escalation in diplomatic pressure on Africa's largest economy. Now, the bill titled the Nigerian Religious Freedom and Accountability Act of 2026 was introduced on Tuesday by Congressman Really Moore and co-sponsored by Representative Chris Smith. Now, under the proposed legislation, Kwankwaso could face targeted sanctions, including visa restrictions and asset freezes, pursuant to the Global Magnitsky Human Rights Accountability Act. The bill also mentions Fulani ethnic nomadic militias and organizations such as the Miyetti Allah Cattle Breeders Association of Nigeria and Miyetti Allah Cattle Hall. The legislation directed the U.S. Secretary of State to assess whether certain Fulani militias met the legal threshold for designation as foreign terrorist organizations under American law. And now let's go on a quick break. When we are back, we will be discussing the first topic on the Business Morning. Stay with us.
Business leaders want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day, Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Could help address Nigeria's long-standing public sector challenges. Now, at a time when many government initiatives struggle with poor execution, limited impact, and even low citizen trust, experts are calling for a shift from traditional project-based approaches to what is known as product thinking. Now, product thinking focuses on understanding user needs, defining clear outcomes, and continuously improving services and measuring real impact, not just budget spending or project completion. Senior Product Manager Arinze Onoha argues that many public programs in Nigeria are treated as one-off projects rather than evolving solutions. According to him, adopting a product mindset could help government agencies design services around citizens' needs, improve accountability through measurable outcomes, and ensure continuity beyond political cycles. From healthcare and education to digital identity systems and transportation, advocates say applying product principles such as user research, data-driven decisions, and even interactive improvement could significantly enhance service delivery. As Nigeria continues to pursue public sector reforms, the big question remains, can a product-driven approach transform governance and restore trust in public institutions? Whoa. And now, privileged to be joining us this morning is Arinze.
Good morning, Deborah. Yeah, thanks for having me. Thank you.
Here on Business Morning. Right now, very quickly, right now, Nigeria's public sector is largely output driven. That is budget spent, projects completed. But then again, how would you redesign it to become outcome driven using product thinking, right? What structural changes would that require?
Yeah, thanks for that. Yes. So for me, the biggest thing right now is actually about having a mindset shift. Currently in Nigeria, we have this mindset where, we focus on the output and not just the outcome. So even the citizens, the people would go on to say, oh, how many programs has this government commissioned or launched? But we need to move from that to actually asking, have there been any improvements with the programs that have been launched? So most public sector success right now is actually measured by activity. We have a situation where roads, schools, and hospitals are built, markets are commissioned and launched and all that. Budgets are passed annually. Sometimes even here, some states quote figures as high as 90% in budget performance, but there's actually no actual impact on ground. So product thinking, on the other hand, looks at it from a different perspective. It's not focused on what has been built. It's not focused on what has been commissioned or what has been launched. It actually focuses on the impact these programs have actually put into the lives of people in measurable ways. Mind you, the keyword is measurable, which means that there must be an intentional act to work with data. So if you build a hospital or you commission a road, for instance, that's an output. But when you want to have an outcome focused kind of goal, then you're talking about reducing maternal mortality, for instance, or reducing the emergency response time, or for roads, you're talking about cutting down travel time, or even boosting efficiency in, how trade is carried out and all that movement of goods. So, but for and for us to achieve this mindset shift, it's actually about having that structural change, where we have to look at people-centered goals. We need to plan projects and programs around people. MDAs have to work with real data. It's not just about, they have to define these problems with evidence, hard evidence, not just about assumptions and what they feel. So it's also not about listing projects that they want to execute. The government initiatives have to be tied to outcome metrics, like improving healthcare access, improving travel time, for instance, reducing unemployment. So these are actually outcome-based metrics that you can actually tie to these projects that you're launching. Also, funding also has to be, tied to outcomes, not just about budget performance. The second change, can be introducing cross-functional delivery teams for these MDAs. We have a situation where, every MDA is just working in silos. But when you're talking about, for instance, when you want to improve food security, it's not just an issue for the Ministry of Agriculture. It also involves transportation, because when you look at the value chain of agriculture, you also have the supply, you also have the processing, you also have all of that. So you have, Ministry of Agriculture there primarily, but then you also have the transport infrastructure, access to finance, trade policy, security, and even technology. So product thinking actually thinks around these multidisciplinary teams with shared goals and shared accountability for solving problems. It's not just about, what has this ministry achieved and what has that ministry achieved. So we also need to move toward continuous delivery and feedback loops. We actually treat feedback like, it's one big deal in Nigeria, but we actually need to have these feedback loops. Going further on that too, we plan long-term projects that make no meaning. Sometimes you hear things like Vision 2050, and currently we're in 2026. That's about 24 years down the line. So it's not really realistic when you have, that long leap. We actually need to have mechanisms to review progress from time to time. So if you have things like, Vision 2030, 2035, cut them down like that, so that at every point in time, you can come back to evaluate to see, okay, where are we on this and what have we achieved and what is left to be done. So then lastly, it's also about performance transparency. So people have to be able to see dashboards, where the progress is being made. They have to see it in real time. So if budgets are being passed for actual things to reduce poverty, for instance, we should actually be seeing, yes, within this quarter or within this half year or within this year, for instance, poverty has reduced by this amount of number. You see, so product thinking reframes government from being a project executor to becoming a problem-solving institution. And it ensures that public spending is not just visible, but meaningful to the people.
You've actually given us a whole lot of insight just on this first question alone. I was giving to you, Arinze. You are actually, so much in letting us know about this feat, which of course a whole lot of people do not really know about. Now moving on, most government initiatives are treated as one-off projects, right, rather than evolving products. Now the question is, what systematic incentives do you think must have to change to shift from launch and actually abandon to continuous improvement?
Well, it's actually very important because it's something that also hurts me when I see it. So currently in our public sector, we have a situation where success is driven by visibility. When the government launches a program or a project, it's commissioned and pictures are taken, then they consider it delivered. Sometimes you even hear the government say, "Oh, we are handing it over to the people." That doesn't make any sense. So continuous improvement is actually quiet work that requires tracking and refining, and our system currently does not reward that. So the first incentive I would actually say is that we must have a change on how we measure success. We judge our leaders based on projects completed within a budget year. That's wrong. That mindset actually pushes people to prioritize project commissioning over long-term performance. So we look at the numbers instead of what is actually happening. So as an alternative, performance reviews and budget allocations have to be tied to sustained outcomes over time. So when I link this to products, when the digital system is built for the public, the question is not about, has this product gone live or something? Has it launched? But it's about, how are people using it? Are they using it 6 months later? Has this service actually solved problems, maybe in service time or, complaints dropping and all that? So we also need to have political incentives. So a situation where our politicians, have elections every 4 years. Realistically, there is a lot of pressure on them to actually focus on short-term quick wins over the long-term ones. They want to quickly do one or two things that are visible to actually guarantee them the next election. So no one wants to go the line of, I have a plan for 2050. You get, they can't, they're only there for 4 years. So to actually counter this, we have to implement institutional mechanisms that protect long-term programs from, from these resets in leadership changes. Every 4 years a leader comes, or 8 years a leader comes. Some of these projects are abandoned and a new one is continued. And the cycle just keeps going. So this can also mean that we can legislate, multiple year outcome targets that go beyond administrations. So it could also mean creating independent delivery units whose mandate continues beyond 4 year political terms or 8 year political terms. So another way is that we can is how we design our budgets. Sometimes our budget looks at capital expenditure for just building new things. Some time ago, people were even dragging others about, you did not build a new school, you focused on renovating old ones. You see, but that's the core thing, especially when you have these schools around and all that. So there's little attention paid to maintenance and optimization and upgrades. But a product mindset actually requires special funding provisions for these iterations. So we must design budgets with clear allocations for project monitoring, upgrades, and redesign, not just about building new phantom projects and all that make no sense at the end of the day. So culturally too, there's a cultural part of this where we have to normalize continuous improvement and iteration. In our public sector, making improvements to a program is seen like, that program failed. That's why, we are making these changes. But refinement is actually a sign of maturity. So our cultural mindset has to shift from, getting things right at launch to being committed to make things better over time. So you can never get everything right at the first time, but from time to time, when you make these changes, things get better. On the last note, accountability has to also go beyond project commissioning ceremonies. So we need public dashboards, as I said in the first instance, where we can actually track these things. So when For example, when people see that a housing scheme that is meant to deliver, houses to people, has not reached the target beneficiaries, then it actually becomes hard, for the government to move on to another project because they can mount pressure on them. Luckily, we have platforms, like some platforms, tracker, budget that actually, keep track of these things. But there is also room for a lot more that we can achieve.
Well said, well said. Okay, now in an environment, right, in an environment where political cycles are short, but then public problems are long term, right? How can product thinking actually create continuity beyond administrations? How can it possibly create continuity beyond administrations?
Yeah, one problem we have is that when this question comes up, we actually look at it that it's a purely Nigerian problem, but it actually extends beyond Nigeria and it touches on many democracies too. So as I said, political leaders actually operate within election timelines. Some countries 4 years, 6 years. Nigeria is 4 years, and you can also do the second term. And this puts pressure on them to actually show results quickly. So most public sector problems, from fixing education to improving healthcare and building strong infrastructure, actually take years of consistent effort. So product thinking helps to bridge this gap because it focuses on building systems that create, that actually cultivate individual leaders and outlive them, you see. So it's not just about focusing on one leader, but it actually creates this system where these programs actually outlive these leaders. So the first thing product thinking does is to anchor government programs around clear and measurable outcomes that actually matter to the people, not around who initiated the project. And that's one question we always ask in Nigeria. Now this person commission and now this person do and we get, but we should actually go beyond that. We should look beyond who initiated this project to what are the outcomes that this project has solved, regardless of who initiated or commissioned it. So when a program is built around improving something tangible, like literacy levels, as I said earlier, or food security and job creation, it becomes difficult for any administration to abandon it without explaining why progress towards those outcomes should stop. So another way product thinking can help is through long-term delivery roadmaps. So if you juxtapose the public sector to the private sector, you see that in the private sector, no serious product is designed around who the CEO might be the next year. So products are built around a clear vision, phased delivery plans, and measurable milestones. And our government can adopt this same approach by publishing reform roadmaps that cover many years and showing what success should look like over time. So it's not just about having, there should be some clear roadmaps around it. So when these roadmaps are transparent and backed by data, it also becomes easier for incoming administrations to continue the journey rather than restart it. So another powerful driver, on the other hand, is continuity in shared ownership. So when programs are designed with participation from all stakeholders, including government, private sector, civil society, professional bodies, and even the people, then, it stops being one administration's initiative to becoming a national initiative or a statewide initiative. So the more stakeholders that are invested in a program, the harder it becomes to dismantle it without any sort of resistance from the people. So then you also have the legal and regulatory backing. Where some reforms should not purely rely on policy direction. We have to embed them into law and national frameworks to give them stability. So laws, of course, actually create these guardrails that protect these long-term national interests over short-term political shifts. So overall, though, product thinking helps the government move from personality-driven governance to system governance, which means that we need to have a system, not just about the people, but we need to have a system. So when reforms are built around outcomes, and supported by strong data, then owned by multiple stakeholders and also backed by institutional structures, it becomes durable and survives, all these political cycles of 4 years, 8 years, and in some countries, 6 years. Yeah.
Awesome. All right. Having said that, right now, many public failures they stem from misaligned stakeholders, politicians, civil servants, contractors, and citizens. Also, so how can product thinking align incentives across these groups?
So this alignment really, sorry, is a silent killer of success in the public sector. So in a country like Nigeria, particularly, there appears to be some level of misalignment across all stakeholders. You know, all stakeholders want different things. Politicians want visibility and quick short-term wins that guarantee success in the next election. Civil servants, on the other hand, want stability and compliance. Contractors want, profitable delivery of projects and all that. And citizens just want reliable systems and services that actually work. So when we have these interests that are not aligned around a shared outcome, projects become transactional instead of transformational. So product thinking changes this actually. So a situation where a stakeholder is looking out for their own interest, product thinking ensures that everyone aligns around clearly defined people-focused outcome, an outcome that is measurable and publicly visible. For politicians, alignment comes from tying visible success to real impact, not just project commissioning. So if, for example, we have public dashboards, as I said, that show these measurable improvements tied the administration, sorry, delivering outcomes become politically rewarding and shifts the focus from, just project commissioning ceremonies to sustained performance. Civil servants too should have a reward system that connects career progression to service improvement metrics, not just by tenure-based system. Right now, we have, systems where if you've worked in this country in this position for 2 years or 4 years, then you're due for promotion. No, we should actually tie it to, service improvement metrics, not just about, how long you've been on that role. So if we have a system where promotions and recognitions are tied to measurable improvements in efficiency, adoption, and user satisfaction, then behaviors would also tend to shift naturally. Contractors on their own end need outcome-based accountability. So most contracts are actually structured around, deliverables instead of performance. So they are looking at when do we hit delivery, but they're not looking at what will come out of this. So product thinking encourages that contracts that include service level outcomes, user adoption targets and performance guarantees. So there must be SLAs tied to these outcomes and all that. There should be agreements to it. So we can also tie payment structures to milestones that factor in real world impact, not just project completion. So, and citizens too, as we are, must be integrated into the incentive scheme. So there should be transparency and reporting of service performance. So when we see that what is promised is what is delivered, then the public pressure for accountability becomes natural. So it's clear to have ownership around these things. When something is not owned, then there is nothing. And apart from this shared ownership, we also need to actually bring everyone together and not just everyone thinking or working in silos. Yeah.
Okay, having said that, right, what would it look like if Nigerian ministries actually operated like high performing product organizations, right? What specific capabilities do you think are currently missing?
For one, this would give me great joy, if we start performing, like operating like high performing product organizations. So the changes will be very noticeable almost immediately. First one, there would actually be some clarity about the problem each ministry was created to solve. So the mandate should, be about things like, it's not just about improve education or support agriculture. It should be specific and measurable. So you should say that, yes, you want to improve education or school enrollment by so number, by so time, or you want to, boost food supply by so number at so time. So the goals make it easier for everyone in the MPA to understand and connect with. So when you have that shared goal, everyone working in the ministry or department or agency will actually have that shared goal and connect with it and work towards achieving them. So another point is that, work has to be organized around cross-functional teams, as I said. In strong product organizations, engineers, designers, everybody, analysts, operations teams, they actually collaborate for around a shared objective. But in ministries, this would also mean that everybody from the policy experts to the data analysts, technologists, and even the field officers, they have to work together from start to finish. So it's not just about passing files and documents across departments. So when you look at it from a lean thinking perspective, that's lean methodology, these excessive handoffs, create wastes through increased waiting times, unnecessary motion, and over transportation of information. And these things slow down delivery and weaken accountability. So also decision making would be driven by data and evidence. So it's not just a situation where it's driven by assumption. Oh, we feel this is the situation. No, real-time data. So a situation where we wait endlessly for end of year reports. Ministries would have live performance dashboards and for tracking this service uptake. So they will have it live. It's not just about let's wait till the end of quarter one or half year or something. So leaders can then review this performance based on that, tracking and feedback frequently and make adjustments in real time instead of just waiting for the end of the year to actually make changes. So for missing capabilities, I would say the first gap is product ownership. So many initiatives lack a clear accountable owner responsible for performance over time. As I said, some projects are commissioned and they just say, oh, it's now for the people, please watch over it. No, when you do things like that, then nobody owns it. Nobody is accountable for anything. So without that role, project drifts once they are launched. Without having, who is the clear owner for this, then, it just becomes everybody's business. So we also need data infrastructure where we can have reliable and integrated data systems. Sadly, it's quite weak in Nigeria across many ministries. And without this good data, it's actually difficult to make and measure outcomes and make informed decisions. So we also need to have user research capability. Many ministries, sadly, rarely have dedicated teams focused on understanding user behavior or service experience. So when we have people who are focused on, identifying and understanding real user experiences and behaviors and sentiments, then these insights, could then be critical for designing effective policies. So if Nigerian MDAs, operated like strong product organizations, governance would actually feel less bureaucratic and more responsive. So policies would also evolve based on data and evidence, not just assumptions. So, and of course, this would translate to better services for the people, and where the citizens and the people will actually feel, these and experience these tangible experiences, improvements in their daily lives.
So, having said that, you made a whole lot of points there. Trust me, I learned so much actually listening to you. But then again, if we applied products, if we applied product metrics like user adoption, engagement, satisfaction, and even retention to public services, right? What comfortable truths might we uncover in the course of this?
So if we started to measure services using these metrics, we would actually discover some truths. Some of these truths might be uncomfortable, and but they are necessary. So, but those truths do not actually mean that the government is failing. It would, actually be about, government finally measuring performance in a way that reflects the real experiences of the people. So the first truth we might uncover is that, while many public services actually exist, they are barely used. I always say that many government schemes and programs look very impressive on paper. In fact, on paper, Nigeria is like, ahead of the game. But in reality, it's, there is hardly anything that is used. You get so, and this should tell us that accessibility, awareness, and usability are actually bigger problems than even having this infrastructure readily available. So in product terms, launching a service does not mean it has achieved product market fit. So, and government services are actually not exempt from that. Another uncomfortable truth is that, people are forced to use some services, not because they work well, but because there are hardly any alternatives. I don't even want to go the line of the passport, but gladly we have huge progress on that front. And, we keep having progress on that front too. So, but if we measure the engagement and satisfaction honestly, we might find that usage is driven by necessity rather than just quality. So we need to build products for, people's needs, around people's needs, not just about, having quality projects here and there. So, for example, people may complete government processes despite delays, confusion, and poor experience because they must. They don't have a choice. They have to do it. So having that kind of insight can be difficult for institutions to accept, but it is crucial for improvement because when you know that people are having pain points going through this process, then you can actually improve them. So retention metrics would also reveal whether government services are trusted over time. So if people repeatedly avoid or bypass certain programs, then it may suggest that, there is a lot of friction and they are not getting value and all that. So it might show that, informal alternatives are filling the gaps. So they will look for informal alternatives here and there. So user satisfaction data could also expose regional and social inequality in service delivery. So from that, we can also discover that services perform well in urban centers but struggle in rural areas, or certain groups face more challenges than others. So some certain private institutions have actually gone beyond, the normal surveys of, how likely are you to recommend this to others, to how easy was it for you. They've also done this demographic based sort of weighting around their surveys. So they want to know, okay, who is really impacted by this? Who has the most impact on this? And how can we improve it for that person? Not just about, and this creates a balanced, reporting in insights and all that. So we might also discover that some programs solve the wrong problems. So adoption and engagement data sometimes reveal whether a service addresses a real need or an assumed one. As I said, we should build things based on real needs using real data, not just assumptions. So low usage sometimes indicates that people prioritize different challenges than what policymakers actually expect. So I understand that some of these insights can be uncomfortable because they replace assumptions with evidence, but they also create a powerful opportunity. When government understands how citizens and people actually interact with services, then they can redesign policies to be simpler, faster, and more relevant to them.
Design policies on the same platform. Okay, now I'm talking about digital transformation efforts, like in Nigeria, often focus on technology procurement rather than problem definition, right? So how does product thinking change that starting point? How does product thinking change that starting point? One more question to give you.
Portal. In this case, they have made technology the starting point, and that can be challenging down the line. So technology is just a tool, and if you digitize a broken process, you simply get a faster broken process. So that's how it works. So product thinking completely changes that starting point. It begins with identifying and defining the problem, not the platform. So you don't just go straight to, okay, what do we use to, what tool do we know? You define and identify and define the problem. So the first question is not about what systems should we buy, but should be about what specific problems are we trying to solve. So problems can range from long wait times for business registration to delayed land title processing to a lack of visibility into agricultural subsidies. So, but once these problems are clearly defined, you can then ask, what behavior needs to change and what outcomes would signal success. So product thinking also forces clarity around user experience. It aims at, identifying and defining who the primary user is. So it considers the users, the user journeys, their pain points, etc. And many digital initiatives fail because they are designed around internal government convenience rather than the realities of the people who actually use them, who should use them. Yeah. So when you map the user journeys honestly, you can even discover that, the issue is not the absence of technology, but unnecessary process steps and, unclear requirements. So product thinking reframes procurement too, rather than issuing tenders that specify technical features, government can define desired outcomes. So for government, instead of saying things like, we need a portal with, so number of modules and all that, it could be put out there as, we need to reduce application processing time for businesses by 50%. So that way you can now have a situation where vendors can compete to solve the problem, not just to sell software. So product thinking shifts digital transformation from being an IT project to being a service improvement initiative. So when the starting point is a clearly defined and identified problem grounded in real user experience, then the solutions that follow are usually far more likely to deliver meaningful impact. than just, project commissioning and all that.
Said that, my very last question for you this morning is, now if you had to actually prioritize the public sector challenge in Nigeria, where product thinking could actually create the highest impact within 5 years, what would it be for you and why?
Well, if I had to make this choice, I would focus on access to government services for the people and, small businesses, especially on how people interact with government from start to finish. So there's a simple reason behind this. Almost every major development goal, whether it's economic growth, job creation, healthcare access, education, or even social welfare, depends on how easily citizens and businesses can engage with government systems. So when service access is slow, that's access to service is slow, confusing and unreliable at some point, it weakens everything else. So many Nigerians today struggle with fragmented service journeys. So, you have situations where someone is trying to register a business or obtain permits, or even enroll in social programs, and they would have to deal with multiple agencies, repeated documentation, long processing times. Wait, let it get to Abuja and come back, you get. And there's little to no visibility in the application status. You don't even know where your project is at any point until you call somebody in the office and they'll say, you're disturbing or something, you see. So you can't even keep track. So this friction discourages entrepreneurship. It also pushes many people into informal alternatives. So why would I stress over that when I can just, do something low key and, and at the end of the day, it affects the economy. So product thinking could change this because it focuses on designing services around the user journey, not just institutional structure. So the first step, would be to map the end-to-end service experience for high impact interactions, like business registration, tax onboarding, even identity verification, BVN, NIN, instead of treating each agency as a separate process, the focus would be on how citizens can complete the entire user journey from start to finish, bringing all the agencies along that line into one platform where users can easily complete these journeys from start to finish easily without any stress. So the next step would be about building integrated user-focused platforms that simplify these journeys. So this might not be about building one giant or one mighty system. It could mean creating seamless connections between existing services, as I said earlier, so that people can submit information once, track progress easily, and receive clear guidance at every step. So
many good things, and today, Arinze, you gave us so much insight. It is very clear that you are so good in this. We've been speaking with Arinze Onoha, and he is a senior product manager. He just spoke on the topic how product thinking can solve Nigeria's public sector challenges, and I tell you that he has given us so much insight on this. I want to thank you so much, Arinze, for your time. Now, this was so impactful and very insightful. Thank you for your time. Thank you for joining Business Money. We hope to join you soon to give us more insight on this trend. Now, we've been watching Business Money, and now this is how far we can go. Thank you for actually staying with us as we track the latest trends shaping markets. My name is Destiny Mama. Join us same time tomorrow for yet another interesting edition of Business Money. And up next is the big story. Stay tuned.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy,
This is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy.
This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
welcome back to Business Day Television Breakfast Show. Right now, we are in for the big story segment. You're welcome on board. Now, today we'll be talking about rethinking pension inclusion in Nigeria's growing informal economy. Now, Nigeria's informal economy employs more than 80% of the workforce. Yet only a small fraction of these workers are covered by the country's pension system. From traders and artisans to gig workers and small business owners, millions are working today without guaranteed income security for tomorrow. Now, as the informal sector continues to expand, the big question is, how can Nigeria build a pension system that truly includes everyone? Now, joining us this morning, we are privileged to have Mr. Oguche Aguda. He is the former CEO of the Pension Fund Operators Association of Nigeria, PENUP, to help us rethink pension inclusion in Nigeria's growing informal economy. You're welcome.
Thank you for having me.
How was it getting here this morning? I hope it wasn't so stressful.
Not too stressful.
All right. All right, then, very quickly, how would you describe the current level of pension participation, especially among Nigerians informal workers, and why does this gap still exist?
Yeah, I think the penetration in the informal sector is very low. And it's been historical, right? When the reforms happened, it was typically targeted at the formal sector. And the formal sector, compliance is high, penetration is high with salaried workers, government and private. That is good and going strong. Informal sector, not as much for a number of reasons. We need to reach them with technology. Financial literacy, many of them are not literate enough to understand, and because it's not compulsory. So I guess for those three major reasons and some other more, we haven't seen penetration as much in the informal sector.
Wow. You know, that's huge. But what do you think are the biggest barriers preventing informal sector workers from actually enrolling in pension schemes? Now, do you see it as awareness, trust, affordability, or even a policy design?
Yeah, so I think it's all of that, the awareness, the trust, policy. But I think what's happening is that gap is being bridged, you know, and thumbs up to the National Pension Commission, the operators coming together. Last year, the commission rebranded micro pensions to now personal pension plan. So I think one of the key thinking was around when people had micro pension, maybe they felt it was just for people at the bottom of the ladder. But they wanted to change the thinking to realize that it is for informal sector workers, it is for gig workers. So you could be earning 100 million, but you don't have a formal contract. So that is for you. So it's essentially changing people's mindset to realize that informal doesn't mean poor or micro. It just means you might not have salaried work, and that pensions is also for you. So we're seeing a lot of change in that in terms of awareness and systems, and I think it's taking time, but there's a step in the right direction.
Yeah, it is actually. Well, this is huge, right? Now, the micro pension plan was actually introduced to bring informal workers into the pension net. I agree. And I know that you agree with me on that. But then, from your experience, how effective has it been so far?
Yes, so I think there was a shift sometime last year in just trying to see how effective it has been. I think it was initially launched in 2019 with the former president, President Buhari. And I think when they looked at 5 years and saw the lack of penetration, they said, what do we need to do?
What do we need to do?
And I think what is changing is technology. Technology is a game changer. Right, everyone has mobile phones, or most people have mobile phones. Mobile phone penetration in Nigeria is very high. So what the industry is trying to do is to try to see how they can use technology and use agents to be able to reach those people. So I think what happens is that when you look at the pension fund administrators, you know, large funds, they're growing. Some of them manage trillions of naira, right? In a sense, they might be far removed from those in the informal sector. So what the industry is trying to do is to bridge that gap and to bring agents in between who are able to sort of serve as intermediaries who can engage with these traders, engage with these gig workers, use technology to bridge that gap. So I think we will see an uptick because there's been a change in strategy from the industry. We'll see an uptick there going forward.
Wow, wow. Talking about the structural changes, right? Can you just talk to us about the structural changes that are actually needed to make pension contributions a bit more flexible and even very realistic for people with irregular income, like traders, artisans, and even gig workers?
Yeah, so maybe first people need to remove themselves from the initial traditional way of pensions, which is at the end of the month your employer pays you a fixed salary, and out of that fixed salary a portion of your pensions is paid, which is 8% of your salary and 10% from the employer. That is for the formal sector. But for the informal sector, you can contribute anytime. You can contribute how much you want because it is your money, and you determine and decide. You can say, I want to do a daily contributions of 100 naira. I want to do a weekly contributions of 2,000. I want to do a monthly or quarterly. So it depends on you. You now decide and determine how you make those contributions. So I think that flexibility is there, and that's where the change is, and it's meant to elicit responses from these people to say, you know, you don't have to have a fixed contribution, but it's more encouraging you to put money away, and that money is going to grow when you do retire.
Wow, that's huge. Now, talking about how can technology such as mobile payments, right, fintech platforms, right, and even digital ID systems actually help expand pension coverage in the informal sector?
Yeah, and I think that's actually the way to go. Nigeria has one of the highest mobile phone penetration rates in the world. And most people are on WhatsApp, most people, you know, especially when you look at banking transactions, you know, that has grown a lot with the number of the fintech. So the thinking behind the accredited pension agent, which the industry has jumped on, is to be able to bridge that gap and use technology, which is ubiquitous, which many people have, you know, to be able to use technology to be able to get those contributions in, to be able to include people that were excluded previously. So I think technology, fintechs will be definitely a game changer in getting many people.
All right, now a whole lot of informal workers, right? They actually prioritize daily survival over long-term savings, right? But then again, how can policymakers make pension planning feel more relevant, practical, and urgent to them?
Yeah, that's a very good question, because, you know, people typically will prioritize their daily needs, and that's survival instinct. Why should I save for the future that I'm not sure is going to come if I have a need today? So that's one key thing that I think has also hampered the informal sector from getting on board. But I know that there are a number of incentives that are coming, that are going to come on stream. You know, incentives like, you know, if you contribute 1 naira, for example, you know, it will be matched with another 1 naira. Or, you know, if you're able to contribute, you're able to get access to health insurance or some other benefits, bunching products together. So that, you know, product development policy is going to be the next phase in addition to the technology bridge. So that's going to be very key. It has been something that has hampered. You touched on it, and I think, you know, there's going to be some changes around there.
Oh, wow, wow. All right then, so what role should governments, pension fund operators, and private sector players each play in actually improving inclusion and building trust in the pension systems?
Yeah, I think awareness is key. Awareness is very key from the pension fund operators, number one, to continue to preach the message of pensions, to continue to let people know that at some point in life you will not be strong enough to earn, so it's better to keep money away. That's number one. Number two is to continue to ensure the integrity of the system, to ensure returns are high. People know that if they do invest in pensions, that it's an investment, right? And you get high returns, and that the returns are probably better or more comparable than other investments. So those are two things: awareness, you know, that investment, And I think, just having that centrally, so something that is central as a nation, as part of our economic plan, right, to realize that there's so many people at informal sector, and how can we use policy to drive that. I think that'll be very key.
Wow. Okay, but do you think there are lessons Nigerian can learn from other countries that have actually successfully expanded pension coverage for informal workers?
Yes, I think there's some lessons from Kenya, Rwanda, and I think India. One of the things they tried to do was to have centralized systems to bring the costs down, because there are issues of cost to serve those customers, because they're informal, they are scattered, so the cost to serve them might be high. So just bringing the costs down, centralization, and also things like matching contributions. We've seen that in some countries in Africa, whereby the government says if someone in the informal sector makes a contribution, they will match that, and that has helped people to contribute further. So those are things that I would say that Nigeria can jump on.
All right, talking about redesigning the pension products, so how can pension products be redesigned to actually feel more like an investment and safety net rather than a financial burden, so to speak?
Yeah, I think maybe it's the way we market it, is the way we sell it, right? And information. People need to see information, right? People need to see like dashboards. And especially if we use technology where people can see, okay, this month I've contributed X amount and my money has grown, and this is where it's going. So that information and that engagement with the customers has to be deeper, whereby the customers are able to access their information, they're able to see the growth of their funds, they're able to see maybe what is invested in, what their funds are invested in. So a bit more transparency. And if you use some of these apps where you can invest even outside Nigeria, you're able to see what your balance is able to project, right? So I think using technology, engaging more with the customers, be more transparent, will help in selling and making pensions feel more like an investment than a burden.
Oh, wow. And then again, looking ahead, right, what risk does Nigeria actually face if pension inclusion in the formal economy is not urgently addressed?
All right, so think ahead to 20 years' time.
Yeah.
And the 50-year-olds right now, they'll be 70 at that time.
Yeah.
And they don't have a safety net. Think about what's going to happen. Number one, they're going to be a drag on the economy.
Exactly.
On society, right? On their children, right? So the ripple effect is going to be large, and it's something that we can't afford as a nation. So focusing on the informal sector is very critical for us to be able to ensure that, in 20, 30 years time, when these people are getting to their twilight years, that they do have something to fall back on, because a large number of them don't at the moment. So it's something that we need to focus on. It's very critical, so that we don't get into that sort of financial Armageddon, if you will, as a nation.
Yeah, but you're someone that has actually, been in front, in the front position, the front row rather, of actually handling pensions here in Nigeria. So what do you think are those, should I say, functions that you think is actually missing, that you've spoken to the government about, that is yet to get infused into the system to make it easy? Because you spoke a lot about how fragile it is when people become older and how they cannot really do so much for themselves. So what are those policies you think could still be infused into the system to make it easy for access of these funds?
I think the key, not necessarily policy, but I guess thinking and framing, it has to be in all our conversations, right? Especially when we are doing things like intervention, social intervention. It should be front and center, whether we're trying to give grants, whether we are trying to give loans, whether we're trying to give interventions in different sectors. It should be something that, people should realize that pensions is also key. So if I'm giving you money, pensions is key. So as a nation, we need to get that realization and that central focus on the fact that, at a point in time will come when people won't be able to work. People don't have the strength to work. So what are they going to fall back on? So it has to be a national discourse.
All right, you just made it clear that it has to be a national discourse. Now, for a country or for Africa as a continent, where old people homes are not, very common, so to speak, and then our old ones still depend on their pension, still depend on their children, and all of that. But what are those measures you think can actually drive this home well? Because you're someone that's actually you've dealt with old people a lot. You know what their challenges are. You know what their pains are. Right. You've said something now that is actually good to be looked into by the government. Right. So what more measures do you think, these people can have? So, because right now it's not something to say, okay, you want to put them into skill acquisition anymore, or give them grants to start businesses. What do you think, it should be the way forward? Because you can't kill them because they're old.
So again, a key policy initiative of the government, the National Pension Commission, is the health insurance, and we will see that a lot more this year, i.e. health insurance for retirees.
Yeah.
So that's going to be very key, and I think that's one area that I'd like to give a thumbs up to the government and the National Pension Commission on just ensuring that people who retire are able to get access to health insurance. Because that's one key thing. I think I sat down with a group of pensioners a while back and I said, what do you guys use your money for retirement?
Yeah.
And one of them said, I need to go to hospital. One of them said, I need to pay school fees for my children. One of them said, my kids are finishing because they don't have jobs. I'm supporting them. So some of these things are structured in terms of the economy is not creating as much jobs, but for the they are with the custodians, and that sort of brings a lot of confidence in the system. And we've seen over the years that you can't say, oh, the money is lost, we can't find it. So that model that we operate as a country has actually helped to protect the integrity of the system.
All right. Now, having said that, you've actually given us so much more. But I don't know, you are the CEO of those things, and we are just here to learn from you. A former CEO, I know we're just here to actually learn from you the wealth of knowledge that you have actually gained, during the course of all this. And definitely, I'm sure that you answered to the cry of many. A lot of prayers would have come to you from old folks, so that when you get to that point, it will be easy for you as well. I'm sure you just have one advice or two to also give the government moving forward.
Yeah, I think the first thing is even to the people who are working right now.
Exactly.
Those who have the capacity to work. And I say, your pensions is in your hands, right? Don't give that power to anyone. With the way the contributory system is modeled, you can determine how much you want to have when you retire. You can determine how much you put away, right? You can increase your contributions. You need to go and find out to say, meeting my PFA, meeting the accredited pension agents who've got it now. I want to understand what is compounding. How much should I invest? If I invest X naira every month or every week, how much will it come to? So really yes, we can talk about the government, we can talk about policies, but it's an individual thing. Retirement savings is an individual. You need to decide for yourself that, you know, I want to be able to retire well. And it starts now when I have the strength to work, when I have some funds to put away. It's really about investing, and that is denying yourself of some current gain for future benefits, right? Understanding, being financially literate. So that'll be my key advice.
All right, this key advice is actually, you know, very, very effective. You know, coming at a time where the whole tax thing started in January, and you know, meeting it here now. A lot of people are still confused on that. You have a thing or two to advise on that too, so people don't get too scared. You know that this is really going to affect their pensions.
Well, it's actually beneficial for pensions because pensions are tax deductible. And what does that mean? Meaning that if you put money in the pension pot, you're not going to be taxed on that. So the higher money that you put in pension, your tax goes down. So pensions is a way to actually reduce your tax. So if you're working in the formal sector and you know your employer is taking your mandatory 8% from your salary, you can decide to contribute more, and what's going to happen is that your tax falls, or your tax reduces. So the tax rules is beneficial to contributors, and also if you're in the informal sector, those monies that you're contributing again tax deductible.
All right, before I let you go, there's the 25% that you can actually take from your tax, right? When you lose a job or, you know, you've just found yourself out of your normal job, are there other benefits that, you know, people can actually gain from their pensions before the original collection time?
Yes, so you can use it to get a house.
Okay.
You can use, again, 25% of that as a down payment for mortgage to a house.
Okay.
And thousands of Nigerians have gotten on that track, so that's also another benefit.
Wow.
And of course, you know, even when you want to travel, using the statement, you know, many people use that to visas and all of that. So because it's your money, and they want to see the fact that you're working, you're contributing, and there's some money there, and that something you're going to come back to. So it also helps in that.
That's truly beneficial. Yes. Thank you for that information. We wouldn't have been able to get that if you had not come on the show to give us this expose on this. Now, we've been talking to Mr. Oguche Aguda. He is a former CEO of the Pension Fund Operators Association of Nigeria, PENOP, and he helped us actually rethink pension inclusion in Nigeria's growing informal economy. Thank you so much once again for joining us on The Big Story this morning. Yes, that's it on The Big Story this morning. You're still watching the Business Day television breakfast show. Up next is social listening. Stay tuned.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
You're still watching Business Day Television Breakfast Show. It is time for our social listening segment. I am Destiny Momo, and I'm here with
Glory Brown, and we're here to dissect the social.
Of course. Now let's go straight into the conversations Nigerians are actually engaging with online today. Now the first conversation gaining attention this morning is the protest by Ohafia women against Senator Orji Uzor-Kalu over missing project. Now tension erupted at the police zone 9 headquarters in Umuahia following a protest by youth and women from Ohafia local government area of Abia State over their rejection of Senator Orji Uzor-Kalu ahead of the 2027 general elections. Now, the protesters reportedly refused to back down despite the use of tear gas by security operatives. They insisted that the senator representing Abia North will not receive a single vote from Ohafia in 2027. Now, before we go into discussion of this particular topic, let's see tweets to this effect. From Chief and Queen, it says that these women are not just venting. They are sending a strong, visible message that they feel wronged and demand accountability. Wow, wow, wow. Let's see more tweets. From CON says that the protest should be reserved for the ballot in 2027. For that is when they should show their vehemence and anger. I'm not tweet on this from Thankful says that women are a good, powerful force in any society when they are free of any oppressive culture or religion. I think that's about the tweets that we have in this regard. But coming from all these tweets, right, I didn't really see anyone that actually gave the analogy of what these women, are actually facing. Now, we're talking about an active senator here. And when you hear the name Orji Uzor-Kalu, he is a very prominent senator in the sense that...
I agree with you that he's a very prominent senator, but
yeah.
what you said, like, he's an active senator. Is he really an active senator? Because the women of Ohafia cannot just come out protesting. If really he's carrying out his duties, the things he promised...
I agree.
The things he promised that he was going to do before coming into power. If those projects are really into play, I don't think the Ohafia women will just come out and say, no, we don't want Uzor-Kalu again as the Senate president currently sitting on that place.
Well, at the end of the day, he's just a senator for their constituency,
yes.
right? Now, he has been there for a long time. Don't forget that this particular senator was the governor of Abia State for 8 years. And then he has been a senator since then. So my only worry is, why would he want to go back in 2027? Could he be the only figurehead in that region that could actually, help his constituents? Why don't they actually look for more people instead of threatening him with this? This is not enough threat for me. For me, this is not a threat, because this man, for all I care, might even be tired of, leading his constituency in the Senate come 2027.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Destiny. But if he's really tired, he should listen to the cry of the citizens, like the cry of the people in Abia State currently, that they don't want him anymore. And for people to come out and say, no, we don't want him to be the Senate anymore, there must be reasons.
Of course, I'm sure that he has not been able to be productive to them.
Keeping to the promises.
Yes, exactly. He has not really done a lot of development for them to really see and appreciate and say, like, it's just an eye-opener. And I'm very sorry for them that their eyes are just opening at this time.
No, their eyes have been open for a very long time.
All right,
it's the right time for them
Exactly. Moving forward, Nigerians are also reacting to reports that the U.S. Republican lawmaker has proposed a bill that lists former Kano State Governor Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso and Fulani groups, including the Miyetti Allah Cattle Breeders Association of Nigeria, among individuals and organizations of concern over alleged terrorism-linked violence and religious freedom violations in Nigeria. Now, the bill titled the Nigeria Religious Freedom and Accountability Act of 2026 was actually introduced in the U.S. House of Representatives by Congressmen Riley Moore and Chris Smith. Now, it recommends visa bans and asset freezes against those accused of severe violations of religious freedom, including attacks on religious minorities. Now, the proposed legislation specifically names Kwankwaso Mieti Allah Cattle Breeders Association, Mieti Allah Cartel Hall, and what it describes as Fulani ethnic militias, accusing them of links to insecurity and communal violence. I think we should see tweets to this effect before, we go on discussion in this particular topic, because it seems hot right now.
It is.
Yeah. Now, from Kai says that this is a significant development, but it highlights a tension between foreign intervention and domestic accountability. Sanctions and designations can put pressure on perpetrators, yet lasting change depends on Nigerians strengthening security and governance and justice systems internally. Protecting religious freedom isn't just about international bills. It requires consistent local enforcement and even political will. I agree with this tweet a bit. Now, from Bashir Ahmed OON, it says that I'm not holding a brief of Senator Rabiu Kwankwaso, but I genuinely wonder how his name appeared there. All the time I have known him, and throughout his service as governor, minister of defense, senator, and now as a political leader, he has consistently taken a firm stance against terrorism and terrorists in all forms. Wow. And all right, more tweets from this angle from Fab says that he introduced Sharia law. This law broke the heart of Nigerians' secular system. Now, this law disaligned Fulani youths, and Sharia law in a secular country. Now the Sharia law is spreading to SW because of Sharia law. Over 300 Nigerians were killed in Kwara State. So yes, Kwankwaso is a terrorist. That is according to Fab. Are there more tweets to this effect? Oh well, now the tweets have actually, shared angles, of concerns actually. But hearing the name Kwankwaso, that name is prominent.
Yeah, that name is prominent. And from the tweet we just saw, I kind of agreed with Bashiri Ahmed when he said, I wondered how his name appeared on the list, because when if you know Kwankwaso very well, you know that he's against terrorism. He has always been outspoken against these things. And his name appearing now, I don't even know what to say about it.
Well, definitely. We do not really know most of these northern leaders, personally. We only hear of them, especially because of their political ambition.
Yes.
They coming forward and want people to vote them in. Kwankwaso has been, if I'm not mistaken, like a two-time presidential candidate for the NNPP after his tenure as a governor in Kano State. And even if it has not come to fruition, now the other person that spoke in that tweet that, said those good words would have been somebody that knows him personally as well. But don't forget that these are politicians. Anything can happen.
And politicians, they have rivals when things like this
And also
happens.
before now, actually, we've been hearing rumors of how politicians are actually involved in this whole terrorism act. But I don't know. Hearing Kwankwaso's name was actually very shocking, and especially now that he's about to be joined by Peter Obi as a running mate for whatever party Peter Obi is going to be. Taken at the end of the day, because it seems so unclear. So some people might be thinking that it is some propaganda of some sort, bringing his name in to dissuade people from voting him in, or trying to even end his political career. Do you think this is something that will end his political career?
I don't think this is something that's going to end his political career, because he has a strong political background and he has held so many offices in the Nigeria, political sector. But I also feel that it was still going to take away some of his votes, because a lot of people are going to be thinking, for his name to appear on that list, they might have a lot of evidence of which it might be right or wrong.
Sure.
So it's not going to end his political career, but definitely going to have some challenges that comes with this scandal.
It's actually a scandal, like you've rightly put it. It's a scandal, and this scandal, trust me, that man is not going to be. And I know he's a politician. You would have heard worse things, but right now he has to do so much to prove that this is not it, because of 2027 that is already looming around the corner. Wow. Now, on the third trending conversation this morning is talking about the pandemonium that broke out at the joint sitting of the National Assembly Committee on Works on Wednesday, as two members actually engaged in a heated exchange that briefly disrupted its proceedings. The uproar began when the senator representing Ebonyi North Senatorial District, Peter Nweboyi, was recognized to ask questions on the 2026 budget proposal of the Federal Ministry of Works. The Minister of Works, David Umahi, had appeared before the Joint Committee of the Senate and the House of Representatives to actually defend the ministry's proposed 3.4 trillion naira allocation in the 2026 fiscal year. Now, before we discuss these, again, let's see what the tweets have talking about this morning. Yes, from Everything Politics says, this doesn't look like a debate about public interest when leaders argue loudly, but the outcomes remain the same. And from King Bank says that you are not distinguished by title, you are distinguished by integrity and results, and Nigerians have seen neither. So shouting status in a country where roads are death traps and projects are political scams is pure comedy. Respect is earned, not announced. Fix the damage you helped create before demanding honor. Wow. And from another, from the Rimto, the narrow tweet says that committee rooms aren't supposed to sound like street arguments. Heated debate is fine, personal disrespect isn't. Now, if lawmakers can model composure under pressure, what exactly are they legislating for the rest of us? Leadership needs thicker skin and even better manners. Well, haven't seen this tweet. You know, it goes to show. Now, you know, David Umahi has been the minister for works, and in his tenure, there's actually something that I'm sure that Lagosians, not just Lagosians, it's a coastal road we're talking about here. Okay. People are going to praise him for that. But it is not also wrong when the people that are supposed to know the facts and figures concerning this project are asking questions, you know, for quiet answers to be given. Wow, it is not rocket science to handle a project like that and be sane, trust me. We're talking about trillions of dollars, not just naira, have gone into that project. Now, we from Lagos, we're enjoying the road, right? We see that, yes, a lot of money has gone into this project and it is worth it from the angle we are, you know, passing it, and we're happy. Our cars are happy with the road. Yeah. Right. Yes. A whole lot of people have said that. They've given pass mark to the minister already. I actually did a vox pop on this, you know, talking about the project, the road project, when it came out that, you know, 7.8 to 8 billion naira was used per kilometer of that road. A whole lot of people judged against it, but some people were actually happy with it. They were like, if that is what it takes to get that road to that form, because we're not just talking about a normal bush part, we're talking about dredging water away from where it is supposed to be. So that's a whole lot. But then if a senator is asking a question and wanting to know, that argument they were going on and about wasn't really necessary. What do you think?
No, that argument going back and forth wasn't really necessary, because at a time like this, Nigerians are more concerned about unemployment, inflation, high rising debt costs and all that.
Exactly.
The Senate or the lawmakers shouldn't be clashing or reporting over speaking time. Instead, focus on the critical issues they're about to discuss, because from there, that's where we're going to allocate money to all these different sectors. From that decisions or discussions they were having, a lot of final decisions are going to come out from there. So if they are not focused, how can they make the younger ones or the people looking up to them as our leaders to be able to do more perfectly well?
Well, well said, Glory Brown. Now, a project like this is very sensitive, trust me.
Yes.
So now if, I mean, questions are being asked and then they're going on about it, making so much noise about it, it means that there's a power tussle in there. You know, fight for ego and all of that. Well, we know that David Umahi was a one-time governor. He has done a lot of projects. But this particular project calls for accountability.
Yes.
And if I were him, I would calm down and do this accountability very well, because I know that I do not have anything to hide. And the senator in question has had a lot of scandals as well. He should just pipe low and ask questions to get good answers as well. What do we really know in the political scene? It is well. Now, those are the stories Nigerians are talking about today. Thank you for watching Social Listening on Business Day Television. I remain Destiny Momo, and with me is
Glory Brown.
Awesome time. Join us next time, same time tomorrow, for yet another interesting edition of Social Listening. It's still Business Day Television Breakfast Show. Good morning.
For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture, operating under Petroleum Mining Leases 53 and 54, has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways. Through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development, as well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Becky Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fisan community are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a First ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but have seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions
Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First E&P for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey's scholarship program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. It is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo. My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo. My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo. My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Good morning and welcome to the Business News Hour, coming to you live from Business Day Television. I am Glory Brown Odibu. And now, the headlines. CBN reopens FX window to DBCs to boost retail dollar liquidity. Naira extend gains as external reserves climb to record $47.02 billion. Federal government pledges extra funding to launch Africa Energy Bank. Also, Nigerian plans asset sales to finance 25 trillion naira budget deficit. Dangote's $20 billion best payoff as refinery hit world record outputs. Let's begin today's Business News Hour with development from Nigeria, where the Central Bank of Nigeria has approved the participation of licensed bureau de change operators in the Nigerian foreign exchange market, allowing them to purchase foreign currency directly from authorized dealer banks in a move to enhance liquidity and ease pressure in the retail segment. Under the new framework announced on Tuesday, each BDC may access up to $150,000 weekly at prevailing market rate, subject to strict compliance with existing guidelines. The decisions mark a policy shift after years of restricting BDC's assets over concerns about speculation and transparency. In a circular signed by Musa Nakoji, Director of the Trade and Exchange Department, the CBN said the measure aims to improve foreign currency access for end users and strengthening market efficiency. The move is expected to retail transactions, including travel allowance, school fees, and medical payment, while potentially narrowing the gap between official and parallel market rates. Following this move, the Naira strengthened further on Wednesday across foreign exchange market, supported by rising external reserves and sustained reform efforts by the Central Bank of Nigeria. Data from the CBN shows external reserves climbed to $47.02 billion as of February 10, 2026, the highest level in nearly 8 years, last seen in August 2018. The Apex Bank projects reserves could also rise to $51.04 billion this year, driven by stronger oil earnings and improved FS inflows. At the Nigerian foreign exchange market, the Naira appreciated by 0.2% to close at 1,351.02 Naira per dollar, compared with 1,354.26 Naira. The currency also gained ground in the parallel market, strengthening to 1,440 Naira per dollar from 1,445 Naira previously. Analysts attribute the positive momentum to consistent FX reforms and improved liquidity, noting that the Naira has maintained relative stability after appreciating 7.4% year-on-year in 2025. Meanwhile, the federal government has pledged additional funding support for the proposed $5 billion Africa Energy Bank as delay persists in capital subscriptions by some African countries. Minister of State for Petroleum Resources Ken Lukwabiri disclosed this at the 2026 Sub-Sahara Africa International Petroleum Exhibition and Conference in Lagos, stating that Nigeria, already contributing 70% of the bank's capital, is prepared to cover any outstanding balance to ensure its takeoff. President Bola Tinubu had earlier approved a $100 million investment for a Class A share, strengthening Nigeria's position as host of the multilateral institution.
The bank's headquarters has been handed over in Abuja to the African Petroleum Producers Organization and Afrexim Bank. Lukwabiri said the bank must commence operations without delay to finance oil and gas projects and address Africans' capital constraints. He added that investors from the Middle East and other regions have indicated interest, while industry leaders called for African-led solutions to continent's energy challenges. In other financial news, Nigeria plans to commence the sale of selected state-owned assets to private investors this year as part of efforts to raise capital and address its widening budget deficit. Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, disclosed the plan on sidelines of the Alua Conference for Emerging Market Economies in Saudi Arabia, noting that details on the specific assets and timelines are still being finalized, with some transactions expected in 2026. The 2026 budget projects 58 trillion naira in expenditure against revenues of 33.27 trillion naira, leaving an estimated deficit of about 25 trillion naira. The government says asset sales will help narrow the financing gap. Authorities' discussions are ongoing with private investors, including the Chinese firm, to operate and potentially take equity stakes in Asian refineries as the government seeks to deepen private sector participation and sustain project growth of 4.4%. And turning to the energy sector, Dangote Refinery has reached a landmark milestone, attaining its full production capacity of 650,000 barrels per day following the successful optimization of key processing units. The achievement marks a pivotal moment for Africa's most ambitious industrial undertaking. The $20 billion facility, one of the largest single investments in African manufacturing industry, is now operating at what industry observers described as a world record capacity for a single train refinery. The milestone follows intensive performance testing of the crude distillation unit and motor spirit production block. Chief Executive Officer David Bird confirmed the refinery can now supply up to 75 million liters of petrol daily, up from 45 to 50 million liters recorded during the festive period. Analysts say the development could significantly reshape Nigeria's energy landscape and advance Aliko Dangote's long-standing vision of the transforming of the country into refinery powerhouse. Also, Dangote Petroleum Refinery has reduced its premium motor spirit gantry price by 25 naira per litre, lowering the ex-depot rate from 799 naira to 774 naira in what analysts described as a strategic adjustment aimed at evolving market conditions in 2026. The refinery communicated the new price to marketers on Tuesday, confirming that the adjustment takes immediate effect. The company also announced the conclusion of its PMS lifting bonus, signaling a shift away from volume-based incentives. Analysis says the move points to a transition toward a more stable pricing structure following volatility in 2025 driven by exchange rate pressures, global crude trends, and deregulations of the downstream sector. With a capacity of 650,000 barrels per day, Dangote Refinery has become a key price reference in Nigeria's fuel market, helping to moderate supply dynamics. Aliko Dangote disclosed plans for fresh investment in Burundi as part of a broader push to expand the group's footprint across Africa. In other news, the Federal Airport Authorities of Nigeria has reduced cargo tariffs at the Murtala Mohammed Airport, Lagos, paving the way for the suspension of 8-day strike by air cargo agents. The industrial action was called off following a resolution reached on Monday between FAN officials and representatives of the cargo agent. The dispute stemmed from FAN's decision to increase cargo charges from 7 naira to 20 naira per kilogram. After negotiations, the airport authority revised the proposed rate downward to 15 naira per kilogram, a move freight forwarders described as a satisfactory compromise. President of the Africa Association of Professional Freight Forwarders and Logistics, Frank Ogun, confirmed that cargo clearing activities will resume immediately while discussions continued with ground handling firms over rent and demurrage incurred during the strike. France said the agreement reflects a commitment to dialogue and is expected to improve ease of doing business while supporting sustainable air infrastructure development. We'll take a short break now and return with more updates from the Business News Hour. Do stay with us.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo. My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo. My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Welcome back to the Business News Hour here on Business Day Television. The World Bank has reduced its planned grants to the Central Bank of Nigeria from $10.5 million to $6.8 million, with board approval for the project now scheduled for March 27, 2026. The funding is earmarked for the CBN Technical Assistance Facility, a program aimed at strengthening the Apex Bank's technology-enabled data-driven suspicion of the banking sector and enhancing oversight of the domestic payment and remittance system. The revised grant will be financed entirely through the Finance for Development Multi-Donor Trust Fund with no involvement from the IDA, ensuring that the project does not increase Nigerians' external debt. According to the World Bank, the facility is designed to integrate advanced data science tools into regulatory processes, addresses both long-standing and emerging risks in Nigerians' evolving financial systems. The project carries a moderate environmental and social risk rating. It is set to close on February 28, 2029. Now, away from that story, the Nigerian Deposit Insurance Corporation has pledged to fully deploy its expanded enforcement powers under the NDIC Act 2023 to recover outstanding loans from debtors of failed banks. The commitment was disclosed by the Managing Director and Chief Executive, Mr. Thompson Oludare, at the Sensitization Seminar for Debt Recovery Agent in Lagos. Under the new act, the Nigerian Deposit Insurance Corporation is empowered to assume interim custody of movable and immovable assets belonging to obligors and to freeze funds held in insured institutions. The corporation warned that the habitual loans, default, and prolonged litigation tactics will no longer be tolerated. The NDIC said the intensified recovery drive is aimed at ensuring prompt payment of liquidation dividends and restoring public confidence in the banking system. Officials added that the law also serves as a deterrent, holding culpable parties accountable and strengthening disciplines within Nigerians' financial sectors. And still on, the federal government of Nigeria, in partnership with Ericsson, is set to launch the Connect Next Gen Innovation Hackathon aimed at equipping Nigerians' youth with in-demand technology skills. According to a statement from the State House Press, the 4-month program will officially begin on February 11, 2026 at the Presidential Villa Abuja, will be overseen by the Office of the Vice President. The hackathon forms a key phase of the Memorandum of Understanding between the government and Ericsson, focused on digitally upscaling youth in emerging technologies, reshaping industries and daily lives. Participants will receive mentoring, engage in an 8-week acceleration phase, and gain hands-on experience in technologies such as 5G, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, Internet of Things, and sustainable technologies. Innovators will also be encouraged to develop solutions in digital inclusion, smart cities, agri-tech, and sustainability, with top teams granted access to accelerators and incubation opportunities. The initiative aligns with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's renewed hope agenda, supporting digital economic growth, technology integration, and education reform. Meanwhile, Chairman of ERDS Holdings, Tony Elumelu, has called on African governments to deepen collaboration with the private sector to unlock transformation in rural economics. He made the appeal at the 49th IFAD Governing Council in Rome, according to a statement released on Wednesday. Speaking alongside International Fund for Agricultural Development President Alvaro Larreo, Elumelu identified electricity access, blending finance, and business education as critical pillars for making agriculture a sustainable and attractive career path for African youth. It stressed that food security remains central to economic and social development. Highlighting the impact of the Tony Elumelu Foundation, it revealed that 21% of 24,000 funded entrepreneurs operate in agribusiness, with women leading 55% of those ventures, collectively generating about 480,000 jobs across Africa. Elumelu underscores energy poverty as a major constraint, noting that limited electricity access restricts digital innovation and productivity in agriculture. He also urged government to ease restrictive regulations and high collateral requirements while promoting blended finance models that combine philanthropic and commercial capital to support SMEs and drive inclusive growth. In a recent development, the Registrar General of the Corporate Affairs Commission, Usani Magaji, has accused some banks and financial institutions of weakening Nigeria's compliance framework by allowing inactive and non-compliant companies to continue operating. Speaking in Abuja during activities marking the CAC's 35th anniversary, Magaji disclosed that 248 fake companies' registrations were reported to the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission for investigation, while 3 staff members were handed over to the ICPC over alleged misconduct. He stressed that companies failing to disclose persons with significant controls are flagged as inactive and should not conduct credible transactions. However, he expressed concerns that some banks continue to permit such entities to open accounts and transact freely. Magaji called for uniform enforcement across institutions, warning that regulatory gaps could undermine anti-corruption efforts. He also advocated for a single harmonized national register for beneficiaries of free ownership to strengthen transparency, close loopholes, and enhance Nigerians' compliance with global anti-money laundering standards. And finally, to wrap up the business news hour, Banana Island Ikoyi has officially banned shortlet and Airbnb-style rentals following reports of criminal activities linked to transient occupants. The measure comes after online reports indicated that 8 suspects were arrested for allegedly using shortlet units as basis for theft in the exclusive waterfront estate. The Banana Island Properties Owners and Residents Association declined the comment on the specifics behind the ban. The decision has sparked debate over estate security, housing affordability, and potential investors' risk. Social media users have shared mixed reactions reflecting the wider public discourse on the short-term renters in Lagos. The development raises questions about balancing estate safety with property market dynamics in Lagos, high-end residential areas, and also the government promised to look into what we call the short-term and the short-let renters in the Banana area in Lagos, Ikoyi. And with that, we wrap up today's Business News Hour. I am Glory Brown Odibo. Thank you for joining us. Stay with Business Day Television for the latest update, in-depth analysis, and insight shaping the business world.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo. My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
That fever you're calling ordinary sickness, the headache you keep ignoring, for millions of Nigeria it's malaria, remaining one of Nigeria's deadliest but most preventable diseases. Yet year after year, millions are still infected. Welcome to Health Matters, your number one guide to health and everything wellness. I am Amanda Imosibue. Nigeria accounts for about 27 to 31% of global malaria cases and deaths, with children under 5 facing the highest risk, and malaria being a leading cause of child mortality. Apart from this, the disease causes 60% of hospital visits and malaria costing Nigeria over $1.1 billion annually. We have Nigeria's National Malaria Elimination Program, established in 2013. The Nigeria End Malaria Council, a public-private partnership to support the NMEP, launched in August 16, 2022, with the goal of achieving malaria elimination by 2030. The Global Fund to Fight AIDS, Tuberculosis and Malaria, which is the largest donor and is also involved in the distribution of long-lasting insecticide nets and anti-malarial drugs. U.S. President's Malaria Initiative, which is a major partner that supports the procurement of malaria drugs, rapid test kits and bed net distribution, including a recent $2.3 million commitment to procure tablets from local manufacturers Malaria Consortium, another leading NGO that delivers large-scale interventions in various states including Jigawa, Kano, Kaduna, Niger. The World Health Organization, of course, UK Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office supports the National Malaria Elimination Program, UNICEF, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. The list is endless. But the pressing question here is why? Why does malaria remain a huge challenge in Nigeria with so much intervention and funding? Joining me to expatiate on this disease, giving us the reasons and how we can turn the tide, is Nurse Jane Chinechirem. She is a seasoned, and I mean seasoned, registered nurse. Welcome, Nurse Jane.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this opportunity.
So let's dive in quickly now. Nigeria carries the highest malaria burden globally. I mean, it's like one of the biggest killers, and from research, it is preventable. So why has progress been so slow despite decades of intervention, and why does it still remain the biggest killer in Nigeria?
All right. Amos, I'm going to start by saying thank you for this opportunity once again. All right. So, as you said, yes, malaria is preventable, and the treatment modalities and treatment options are very effective. But there are some factors that limit, the prevention and control of malaria. So first, you have to observe that Nigeria first is a tropical region. We are in the tropics, so it means rain, humidity, warm temperatures. These encourage the breathing and maturity and growth of the mosquitoes which propagate this disease. And one thing is living conditions. That's another thing. The living conditions of the population in Nigeria. So if people still live close to bushes or swamps, this would further encourage their growth and would deter the control of malaria. Now, one other thing you have to look at are the ways by which we manage these diseases, like the medications and the treatment options that we have. So basically, people, engage in a lot of self-treatment without testing. So this is actually a very huge factor that brings about resistance in the treatment of this disease. So let me stop at that point because we're going to talk more about that.
Okay. So quickly, where and what are we really doing wrong that makes this persistent? And would you say that malaria in Nigeria is more of a systemic failure rather than a medical failure?
Right. Of course, the malaria, like I said before, malaria is manageable. Medically, it is treatable. It is also preventable. So this is more of a systemic failure than a medical failure because it is rooted in how our systems work, how people live. Now, the policies which you mentioned in the introductions of this speech is that we have a lot of funding, we have a lot of policies, policies that look good on paper, but they don't get to the grassroots, they don't get to the hard to reach communities. So these are things that limit or and also promote the resistance of this disease in the community. So if we have policies that states that people should use mosquito nets or people should get it tested before treatment, and these policies do not really get to people who need it more. I mean, most of these things all end in the urban areas, and even if they get to the communities or to the rural areas, they do not get to people who are deep into the community. So it is more of a systemic failure, even when there are funding, even when there are policy and everything. Another problem could be logistics, could be accountability, for the resources that are given to these people. And then another major problem which I found would be implementation of these policies as well as follow up. If you do all these things and you do not follow them up, or you do not evaluate the progress, or if the methods of control that you put in place, if they are working, there is no way you would find out if the statistics are going up or they're going down. So a major factor that makes it a systemic failure would be follow up. We should make policies. Yes, these are good. Funding, very good. But then we should also follow up on these interventions and control methods that we put in place.
Okay, so looking at our country, how can we say poverty, housing conditions, and sanitation continues to fuel malaria transmission? And can we really summarize by saying malaria is a poverty problem disguised as a disease?
Yes, actually, malaria is a disease. Yes, malaria is a disease. And I would say that poverty fuels malaria. Because if people are not able to afford proper housing, good living conditions, this would, it would encourage the growth of the disease and would deter the control and treatment or management of the disease. So it's more of a poverty problem because okay, look, let's look in real times, right? Just on the street, people who stay in the villages.
On this interesting and educative topic on malaria prevalence in Nigeria and how it can be solved. But before we continue, let's take a quick break. It's triggered by poverty. It's a disease on its own, but then it's triggered by poverty. So Nurse Jane, I believe you're with me. So can you just summarize what we're talking about? Malaria being a poverty problem disguised as a disease.
Sorry about the interruption. I was saying that poverty is, yeah, malaria, yes, is a poverty issue. Yes, because poverty creates the perfect condition for the spread by reducing living standards, right? So, I mean, we see poverty as less sanitation, and poor sanitation equals increased breeding sites for the agents of malaria, which is the mosquito, the Anopheles mosquito. So, there's in poor sanitation, we have things like keeping swarms or water bodies that are not moving, and then you have the grasses, you have dirt. All these encourage breeding of mosquito and also increases the disease. So yes, poverty is a very deciding factor in malaria.
There is a conspiracy theory. I don't mean to be one of those people, but it seems like largely allegedly now it seems like there are certain people who benefit from the prevalence of some diseases. Now looking at malaria, it seems like there are certain people who benefit from the prevalence of malaria allegedly now. But let me just find out now. Even with so much funding and intervention, I mean, like I have listed so much agencies who have been supporting Nigeria, but with this overall global support, why is malaria still having a chokehold, a very strong chokehold in Nigeria?
Oh, in the beginning, I think I mentioned something. I said accountability. Yes, there are fundings. I mean, we have Nigeria more somehow benefits a lot and benefits maybe more than other people and based on global funding and support, like you mentioned, the President Malaria Initiative from the US, from WHO, UNICEF, World Bank, you name it, we have funding. But then funding doesn't equal impact. It doesn't equal impact. External fundings actually can be delayed, and these delays can delay the intervention getting to people who they're supposed to get to. But the ground issues are, first of all, logistics. Logistics. How are we sure, or how do these resources get to the people that are supposed to get these resources? And then accountability. How are we sure that these people are getting it? What are the, give accounts of people that you distributed these resources to? And it is also very hard to reach the people in the grassroots, like I mentioned, how to reach community. How to reach community. These people do not get this. I know I've gone for outreaches, and these people have never, there are people that have never seen a mosquito net in their entire life. So these resources are not really getting to people who need them. And there are some communities where you get to and you do not see a well-structured healthcare clinic or healthcare center. People do not have, things as little as this in primary healthcare. And the programs are not sustained. Like I said before, these policies are there. They are policies that just look good on paper, but implementation is a problem. And even when they are implemented, there is no follow-up. There is no evaluation of the intervention that's been given to take care of this disease. And then when it comes to us personally, because not just about giving the resources, people themselves have behavioral problems that makes this control very hard to reach. So yes, funding is there, and like you said, allegedly there are people who are gaining from this because I mean, to share a personal something. When I was little, people were sent to, share mosquito nets. These mosquito nets, sleeping nets, are supposed to be for free, but you see people selling them for their own monetary gain. So you see that these things are, they pose something. They do not allow these things to get to people that they're supposed to get to. That's what I have to say about that. I mean, before we say something else allegedly.
Okay, so what gaps can you say exist between national malaria policies and what is happening at the community level?
All right. So, the gaps I see in the policies would be the improper use of the resources, weak, non-functional health facilities. So these are the gaps. So if we were to look at a chain, we were to look at this chain, it would be from policies. These policies are approved, then funds are released, then this funding is used to get resources, and the resources are taken to the people. So this is like a chain. It's supposed to be a chain. So if there is a break at any point, the resources will not get to the community, and intervention will not really get to the people. So at any point in this chain, if it's for funding, if there is no funding, then you see the resources cannot be gotten. Then if it's gaps if there are gaps in policies, like if the policies do not really capture everything, capture all these steps in this chain, then there would be a gap, there would be a break in the control of malaria itself as a disease. So first of all, let us look at the health facilities. Let us strengthen the primary health care because that is a huge gap. It is a huge gap. If we were to make a survey, you would find out that those health care facilities that we're supposed to have in the villages to help treat some of these minor and endemic diseases, essential drugs are not available for them. And people keep dying daily, people keep dying every day because of these diseases. So if we're able to close this gap, then we would get somewhere with the control and treatment of malaria.
Okay, so I know I spoke about malaria being poverty disguised as a disease, but then that might be me undermining it. So your perspective, which you actually showed, because you brought a relationship between it being a trigger, not exactly being what I said. So now just in a sentence, as a medical personnel, do you think that we are undermining malaria because we have normalized being sick?
That is very true. Yes, yes, we are undermining malaria. I made a little caption and I made a post. When you have headache, malaria. Fever is malaria. Body pain, malaria. If your mouth feels somehow, malaria. If your head feels somehow, it's malaria. So we have really undermined malaria. If you ask anybody now, they tell you who doesn't have malaria. Everybody in Nigeria has malaria. So you don't need the testing, you don't need all this resource go get drugs. So yes, we have really undermined malaria. We do not really see it as a huge problem that it is. Yeah, so that's it.
Okay, So there's a Nigerian culture where we have these over-the-counter medication, so we easily just pop into like a pharmacy and say, "Oh, I want malaria drug," and we are giving to you. So do you think that this abuse, in a way, has created a certain resistance to malaria, and does this then become a serious threat to actual malaria treatment?
Yes, it does. Yes, it strengthens the treatment and and it increases resistance of malaria because these drugs were made that available. They were made available like that because malaria is an endemic disease. Means it is always in existence. It's always going to be here, for a long time. So those drugs were made essential. They are part of essential drugs. They are made essential so that people it will be easy to reach, so people can easily reach these drugs because the number of people, percentage of people who are malaria are usually on the high side. But then you find people abusing these drugs. You find them abusing them. Tell me how many people get malaria drugs and actually finish it. People do not complete treatment. So incomplete treatment increases resistance of this parasite of this the causative agent of malaria. And also, I feel malaria, I mean, mosquito itself as the agent, are also getting resistant to the chemical insecticides that are used to control them. So yes, even if the drugs are made available for a reason, but people abuse them, people do not complete their treatment, people do not get any form of test. They just do symptomatic treatment and that's it. And this surely increases the resistance of malaria.
Because we are a bit pressed with time, I want us to work together right now, and I want to press a question. Three questions actually. So first of all, is there a climate that causes a rampancy in malaria? And then what health policies do you think that citizens can count on from Nigerian government to help in this? And finally, as if you are in the seat of power currently, what policy are you going to effect that you know immediately is going to cause a change in malaria prevalence in Nigeria?
All right, and it's also because you said we're pressed with time, I'm going to compress the questions, three questions to two. Because the first one is climate and the second one is talking about policies, as well as the third one. So the first, yes, we have climate issues, yes, that encourages the breeding, growth and maturation and spread of malaria. Because I mentioned from the beginning that we are in the tropics. Yes, with increased rainfall, frequency of rainfall. This rainfall contributes to swamps, swamping and water bodies, and it gives a favorable environment for the causative agent, that is the mosquito, to breed. So yes, this humidity also and warm temperature. Nigeria is warm, yeah. You cannot say we have a cold temperature. So these these climate conditions encourage the spread, encourage the breathing, encourage the life cycle of mosquito and the disease, also the propagation of the disease. Now for policies, there are policies that should be put in place. There are already policies in place actually. We can strengthen those ones and then we should add there should be a very strong policy that people should get tested. People should get tested before treatment. If it is possible to get a test strip or something that could enable people to test themselves, like you can actually test yourself, or you can do what's it called? You can do a pregnancy test yourself. There's a self-test strip for HIV, I think. Yes, there's something like that, but then you have to go to the hospital for a confirmatory test. So yes, if it's possible, something like this should be put in place so that people can actually get tested, and then the price should be reduced. The price should be reduced to help people able to afford the testing. Because once you ask somebody, why don't you go tested for malaria? They say test for malaria. I can't waste money on that. So if it's possible, let's put this in place. And then if the policies are made, it should be followed up. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you so much, Nurse Jane. You know, I love brilliant conversations and I love tapping into the well of knowledge, and you fed off with enough. And thank you so much for being on Health Matters today. From prevention to treatment, every step matters. And don't forget, for your questions and inquiries, send an email to healthmattersbdtv.ng@gmail.com, because your health matters. I am Amanda Imosibwe saying, let's fight malaria together. Stay safe, stay healthy, and keep watching Business Day television.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is a Business Day Television Midday Bulletin coming to you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Nigerian crude oil output rises to 1.459 million barrels per day in January 2026, and capital importation hits $21 billion in 10 months of 2025, says Uduole. And also Nigerian tops Africa in cyber attacks as organizations face 4,701 weekly incidents. And meanwhile, Ikeja Electric demands tax identification details from customers. And thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Destiny Momo. Nigeria's crude oil production rose to 1.459 million barrels per day in January 2026, reinforcing its positioning
as Africa's largest oil producer despite falling short of its Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries quota. The figure we are reviewed in OPEC's latest monthly oil market report released on Wednesday, highlighting modest month-on-month growth in output and underscores Nigeria's continued struggle to meet its assigned production ceiling. The increase reportedly signals gradual recovery in output levels, even as structural and operational challenges persist in the oil sector. While Nigeria retained its top ranking on the continent, it has now recorded 6 consecutive months below its OPEC quota. And Nigeria has struggled to consistently meet its OPEC production quota over the past year due to a mix of security and infrastructure challenges. And now moving on, Nigeria recorded approximately $21 billion in capital importation in the first 10 months of 2025, marking a sharp increase from about $12 billion in 2024 and under $4 billion in 2023. Now, this was revealed by the Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Jumoke Oduwole, on Wednesday during her defense of the ministry's 2026 budget proposal before the Joint House of Representatives Committee on Commerce in Abuja. The development signals a strong rebound in investor confidence as the minister also sought upward review of the ministry proposed 2.72 billion naira capital budget for 2026. The minister told lawmakers that the ministry's 2026 programs are structured around industrial growth, trade expansion and investment promotion, warning that current capital provisions may limit full execution of priority projects. Odole attributed the surge in capital inflows to deliberate investment facilitation strategies undertaken by the ministry, and noting the structured engagement with domestic and foreign investors has played a central role in repositioning Nigeria as a competitive investment destination. And still on, Nigerian organizations recorded the highest number of cyber attacks in Africa in January 2026, averaging 4,701 attacks per organization per week. Now, this is according to the latest Global Threat Intelligence report by Checkpoint Research. The figure represents a 12% year-on-year increase and a rise from 4,622 weekly attacks recorded in December 2025, underscoring intensifying cyber pressure on Africa's largest economy. Now, the report shows that Nigeria not only leads the continent in attack volume among the 4 African countries surveyed, but also significantly exceeds the continental average of 2,864 attacks per organization per week. Now, within Africa, Angola followed Nigeria with 4,512 attacks per organization per week, representing a 7% year-on-year decline. And now coming up, Ikeja Electric demands tax identification details from customers. We'll bring you these and more after the short break. Stay with us. to Nigeria within the next 48 hours, ending weeks of speculation that he had gone into self-exile. And according to reports, he has informed the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission that he will appear at its office by 10 a.m. today. Now, the former Kaduna governor traveled out of the country on 30th November 2025 after attending social engagement in Lagos, with the EFCC delivering a letter of invitation to his residence, prompting widespread speculation that he might face arrest upon his return. Now, since leaving office in 2023, El-Rufai has remained a prominent figure in national politics, playing a decisive role in the emergence of Bola Tinubu as the presidential candidate of the ruling All Progressive Congress ahead of the 2023 general election. And after M News, the Lagos state government has announced a major traffic diversions and partial road closures across Victoria Island and Lekki ahead of the February 14, 2026 Access Bank Lagos City Marathon. Now, this was revealed in a statement signed by the Lagos State Commissioner for Transportation, Oluwaseun Oshiemi, urging motorists to plan ahead and use alternative routes, as multiple roads along the 42-kilometer and 10-kilometer race routes will be blocked from midnight and reopened intermittently as runners progress. The government, however, noted that the 2026 marathon will feature 2 simultaneous races across major parts of Victoria Island and Lekki. Oshiemi reassured residents that traffic personnel will be strategically positioned to assist commuters and reduce disruptions. Coming up, Ethiopia signs debt restructuring deal with France. We'll bring you these and more after this commercial break. Stay with us. You're still watching Business Day Television Midday, a bulletin at 12. Now moving on to Africa. Ethiopia signed its first bilateral debt restructuring agreement with France, a key step forward with official lenders, even as its Eurobond holders plan legal action over delays in securing a deal. The France-Ethiopia deal is the first since the African country signed a collective restructuring agreement with official creditors last July under the G20's Common Framework Initiative. According to reports, France will also provide additional financing of 81.5 million euros to support economic reforms and provide technical assistance. Ethiopia's agreement with the Official Creditors Committee, chaired by China and France, will provide cash flow relief of $3.5 billion. And also the Democratic Republic of Congo wants to make its international bond foray the first of many as the current rides the current metals market boom and improved ties with the United States. According to reports, mineral-rich Congo, which remains blighted by internal conflict with rebel forces, is the latest African country looking to capitalize on surging demand for smaller and riskier emerging economies' debt. And Finance Minister Dodo Fuambali Kunde says the country's priority is going into the international capital market, not just to raise funds, but to build a curve for the private sector to raise money and invest in the country. And Kunde is assessed that the exact timing of the debut international bond, expected to be $750 million in size, was still to be determined, while it was flagged last month by the central bank governor around April. And I'm moving on to the foreign scene. German luxury car manufacturer Mercedes-Benz Group on Thursday reported a steep drop in full-year profit and warned of challenging times ahead following a year marred by intense competition from Chinese rivals and global tariff costs. The automaker posted full-year operating profit of 5.8 billion euros in 2025, reflecting a 57% drop from a year ago, while the result was significantly lower than analyst expectations of 6.6 billion euros. The German automaker posted adjusted earnings before interest and taxes of 638 million euros, and for its cars division in the 3 months ended December, compared with analyst estimates of 1.09 billion euros. And according to the company compiled consensus, the car's margin fell to 2.6%, less than half the 4.2% analysts expected. And also, Russia has ordered a block on WhatsApp as the Kremlin continues to tighten restrictions on messaging apps. And Meta-owned WhatsApp said the move aimed to push more than 100 million of its app users in Russia to a state-owned surveillance app. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov revealed that the decision had been made due to Meta's unwillingness to comply with the norms and the letter of Russian law, and asked whether authorities were trying to force Russians to use the state-developed Max app. And Peskov said a national messenger remained a available alternative for Russians. I'll bring you the sports news after this break. Stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday.
You're still watching the Midday Bulletin on Business Day television news, and I'm moving on to sports news. Now, former Chelsea midfielder Kane Chukwuemeka is set to dump Nigeria for Austria. Chukwuemeka is eligible to play for the Super Eagles of Nigeria due to his parents and for the Austrian national team because he was born in Austria. According to a report, the Austrian Football Association is actively working on an agreement that will see the 22-year-old represent Austria at a senior level ahead of the 2026 World Cup. And the Borussia Dortmund star has represented England up to the under-20 level, but has not played for England's senior team. And now to end the news, Mexican authorities have introduced robotic dogs to support police operations during the 2026 FIFA World Cup, highlighting the growing convergence of football technology and security investment. The local council in Guadalupe, part of the Monterrey metropolitan area, invested approximately $145,000 in the robotic units as part of its World Cup security preparations. The 2026 FIFA World Cup will run from June 11 to July 19 across Mexico, the United States and Canada, with Monterrey among the host cities. The demonstration video released by the municipality shows one of the robots navigating an abandoned building, climbing stairs and transmitting live footage to officers positioned behind it. Now, this is where we wrap up the Business Day Television Midday Bulletin this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all our platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more insights. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
for many years we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo. My name is Elizabeth Musef.
Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Oh, okay. So good afternoon once again, everyone, and welcome to today's webinar titled Customer Retention Strategies for SMEs. We are delighted to have you. We are delighted to have every one of you on board today. So we all know that in today's competitive business environment, attracting customers is very important.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Jesse Amangu. It's essentially that you're able to create the structures internally that make it possible for you to live up to what people believe you for, what people want you for. Do you understand? So vague promises, of course, always create wishy-washy kind of customers who may come back, who may not come back. But if you have specific and continually delivered promises, that of course helps you to build retention. Then there's the public trust building. Every public interaction that you have, either digitally, physically, and so on and so forth, even complaint handling needs to signal to people that you're trustworthy. We've seen a lot of brands be very dismissive when customers come and complain about services or come and complain about products. There's one that happens a lot on Instagram that I see people always complaining about, where people order certain things and what you ordered is not what you got. And then there's always this air of dismissive approach that people associate and say, oh, you're not the target audience, you're not this, you're not that. And all of that really just points to a failure to build trust, to make yourself trustworthy to customers. There's also another part of the framework which is about building emotional equity through storytelling. And this is a very strong one for me because, like I said earlier on, a lot of SME owners.
Sir Edward, your timing is almost up, so please kindly wrap up on time.
Yeah. A lot of SME owners usually believe that there's a lot of that they need a lot of budget to do storytelling, and I always say that no, you don't even need a video. You don't need a video to do good storytelling. At times it could be your WhatsApp status, it could be just a caption on the Instagram post. But of course, that's very important as well, like building emotional equity through storytelling. And one other thing to build retention is be authentic. Don't try to copy what Mr. A is doing. Don't try to jump on trends. Don't try to be what you are not. Very easily be authentic. This is who you are. This is what your values are. This is what you stand for, and continue to reinforce that. And the last but not the least is everybody fails. Everybody make mistakes. Transparency is very, very important. It is always best to say, I understand why I failed in this regard. This is what happened, and we're going to make amends. Do not deflect. Do not try to pass on blames. Do not try to make the customer feel stupid. There are even big organizations like British Petroleum who have handled crises very wrongly because they were trying to deflect blame or trying to muddy the waters and all of that. So very, very last, like I mentioned, you need to be as transparent as possible and own up to your mistakes when they do happen. I would say that in closing, and just to reiterate what I said earlier, retention, when it comes to retention for SMEs, it's not really about what you sell. It's not about how you sell it. It's not about your marketing or your operations. It's more about what you are known for and how you consistently deliver on it. It's like I mentioned earlier, a reputation issue that you need to consistently deliver on. And it's about active reputation management, and every interaction, every communication and delivery will either build that reputation or erode it. So I think the question I'd like for you to take away, what reputation are you building that makes customers want to either leave you or stay? That's one question you need to take away and ask yourself, and maybe that can help you to refine your strategy to customer retention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Edward. It was nice. I like the fact that it's retention is not about what you're selling, but what brand are you building? What are you building? What you're known for? Thank you so much. I have a lot of questions for you, but I'll come back to you later. Ms. Kenny, please, can we have your presentation?
Okay. Let me know when you can see my screen.
Okay. If you can see our screen, just say you can see our screen.
Can everyone see my screen?
I can't see it. Can anybody see her screen?
Can you see my screen?
Mr. Jesse, Mr.
Yes.
Edward. Okay, yes, we can see it now.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Hi. quite interesting that my slide is coming, my presentation is coming after the first two slides, because part of my concern was the fact that yeah, we have a lot of strategies and a lot of proven frameworks out there talking about customer retention. And I wanted to tell the story from a different perspective, especially as a data-driven strategist. So I will be using the data-driven lens on retention here. And not to be rude, but I'm just going to filter the noise around the whole marketing and products development and getting the best customers, loyalty and all that. And we'll just take it straight into what it is. So I think that retention without CLV, which is customer lifetime value, is just guesswork. And the reason being that in my experience, there's no approach we haven't tried towards customer retention. We've started from the products. If you even want to look at it from the customer's life cycle management, if it's in terms of digital products, whether or not it is even services you're providing, then you move into the marketing, put up the budget, whether it's small or big. Content is doing a lot now, helping people to manage their budget, and then a lot of social proofs and dropping presence there. Some people even go as far as communities, building communities, purchase engagements, trying to make sure that they keep them stuck on the brand. When you come to customer support, you have the guys that invest in the biggest technology tools, CRM, social media, spending marketing budget, doing digital campaigns, excuse me. And lastly, customer success, which is something that has been coming up now. A lot of people are now bringing in customer success, following up after we sold to you, what's our onboarding model, set up some kind of engagement charters, have people to check on your customer success checks, and trying to create advocates amongst your users and your buyers, But all this, I believe that it's what is known, it's what everybody's been doing. And if you keep doing what you've been doing all the time, what is different? What can we do that will be different and then bring something, probably a different result? And that, I think, is including customer lifetime value into whatever strategy it is you have. So using data to undermine whatever strategy it is that you have got around this 5 core elements of customer retention is what I think is the game changer. And how are you going to do that? So how do you calculate customer lifetime value? For those who don't understand the meaning of customer lifetime value, it's basically the net contribution of your customer to your business. So, so I think someone said earlier, and in fact, a lot of people think retention is the work of marketing. I think it's the whole organization itself of finance, operation. Everybody has to come into play to give us, our customers, the best lifetime value that we can get from our brand. And that's where CLV comes into play. So you calculate what is the average order value you have. And you can see for you to get the best average order value, it stems across all the divisions of the organization. So you're calculating your total revenue by your number of orders. The underlying factors there that have to deliver this number of orders to give you high scores, you now have to return it back to all your team contributing to whatever the value is. Your average order frequency, what's the average order frequency of your customers? What number of orders are you having against the number of customers that you have? And then your average customers, your average customer, and lastly, your average customer lifespan, So your lifespan is your sum of all your customers in your business. So your customer lifetime in your business, you can, sorry everyone, I'm trying to just do that here. So sum of all customer lifespans in your business and the number of customers. What's the lifespan in your business? That might sound very bogus. So maybe you have about 1,000 customers for an SME. You have about 1,000 customers, and each of them, some have been with you for 5 years, some have been with you for 10 years, some have been. I was happy to see that the data scientists on this call. You have to employ the use of data analytics to be able to get this score. So you get the total sum of all your customer lifespan, and then you divide it by your total number of customers. That will give you your average profit customer lifespan. What this customer lifetime value gives you is the answer to questions such as what is your customer's worth? So which ones are worth retaining? Which ones are not that worth letting go, but you just put them in a particular bucket. You start to work intelligently with your budgets. So you want to do marketing, and then you're leveraging on this kind of scores to inform how your marketing is targeted, how much you would invest in keeping them, because you already know what kind of value that you're getting from them and what you're giving to them as well. It also influences how much you're investing into marketing and any kind of strategy that any consultant wants to bring into your business. And then you get intelligent enough to start predicting long-term value. So you start to predict even churn of your customers, because you start to see the behavior of some and start to see, identify that, okay, some are actually getting into this kind of bucket, what should we do? And the next step after getting that score is, which is what I was just talking about, is segmenting. So you start to segment your customers into various buckets of engagement targeted at retention. Now, you are segmenting your already existing segment. Most businesses, obviously, you should have your your segmentation done in your business. So you have the trending mobiles, your adopters, mobile professionals, and the baby boomers. I didn't put that here, but because it's just we're not talking big, but if you want to get very deep into segmentation, you have the different classes of customers, what their targeted, what their target communication should be like, how you want to frame them. I'm sure marketing, innovation, and technologies and all that help you achieve that. But the underlying factor with the CLV coming to what you have existing is that it now helps you segment those segments that you already.
You're almost running out of time. Please, can you quickly round up?
Yeah, thank you. So you group them into the very unprofitable, profitable, and then the very profitable. And what that is going to do to you is going to help you move your customers, so you can move the ones from profitable across the board, different segments, and then you will now be able to identify if you actually need new customers, how many do you need, and what value they are going to be bringing into the system. I think that intelligently doing this now gives you an interconnected ecosystem into marketing and marketing strategies that bring about retention within the organization. And so what connects every kind of consultation or recommendation around retention, I believe, is a data-driven approach, which is customer lifetime value, which of course leads to profitability of business. Thank you very much.
Can you please, the floor is yours for 10 minutes. Just can we make it fast, because we're running out of time and we still have a lot of questions and answers. Mr. Mike, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I don't know if you can see me.
Please, if you can see him, just say you can see him.
Yes. All right. All right. Thank you very much. Okay, so I've been trying to share my slide, but you didn't allow me in on the call so that I could share. But I'll just go ahead and do the presentation because of time. And so I've been listening to all the speakers before me, share things about customer retention, which is really, really amazing, right? But then there are a few things I would like that we look into, because when we look at customer retention, the question, what is it, right? And sometimes we think it is probably maybe marketing problem, maybe it is maybe we're not doing what we're supposed to do, maybe it's a psychological issue, maybe it's an emotional issue, maybe it's even an operational issue. But the question is, what is customer retention? And this is it. Marketing the truth and delivering the truth. That is customer retention. The ability to say, this is what I'm selling, and being able to deliver what you're selling is the long and short of customer retention. But of course, there are variables responsible for the number one. We look at retention doesn't start, after delivery. Retention actually starts the moment you promise. So when you promise, this is what I am giving to you as a product or a service, your retention starts from there. And so most SMEs think retention is something you do after sales, but it's not. Retention breaks at the first promise. So if you begin to sell and you don't have strategy in place to ensure that what you're selling is being delivered, then you have retention problem. All right. So when responsibilities are unclear, when payment is taken before certainty is created, you have customer retention problems. So customers don't churn. They quietly withdraw trust. They withdraw trust because, number one, because there are three things responsible for this. Hope we know that before a customer can come to you, there are 5 things let me give you 4 that are responsible for that. So number one, they are afraid. And so their fear is on the line. Their hope is on the line. Their trust is on the line. And the money they are giving to you is on the line. And so it's a common problem with SMEs. For example, I ordered an item on TikTok. It's over 3 weeks, over 100,000 products. Till now, as I'm talking to you, no message, no call, nothing, pure silence. Why is that? Because this person claiming to be a business owner doesn't have the strategy that is required to retain. So from the point of inquiry to the point of delivery, we have the ability to ensure that whatever we are doing in process must be given to these people, or what we call customers. And so retention doesn't start after delivery. It starts the moment you promise. The number 2 is Nigerian customers are managing risk, not price. In customer retention, we think, if we lower our price, we'll have more people to come on board and then they can come again to buy. No. Every time, what is at the forefront of our business is risk. And these people, the first thing they're asking themselves is, am I going to get what I'm asking for? Am I going to get what I'm paying for? Right? So people are not really, really price sensitive. They are thinking about how well they can manage their risk. So if your process reduces anxiety, emotional safety, very important. We call it trust, but it is really emotional safety. Nigerian customers don't want value. They want peace of mind. So what they're after is not what they are buying. It's the peace of mind that comes with what they are buying, what we call customer experience, right? It's the peace of mind that comes. So no one comes to you casually. They carry fear, hope, pressure, and money. They want to know that choosing you would embarrass them, won't delay them, or force them to start chasing you, right? So the SME that removes anxiety, not the one that offers low price wins loyalty. And that is part of retention. So if you give them the value without stress, without anxiety, automatically you're retaining them. They will come again and again for you. Number 4 is, for SMEs, we often think that we are in competition with other businesses that creates this problem with customer retention. But the real problem here is chaos. Chaos is the real competitor for you as an SME. So most SME don't lose customers to bigger brands. They lose them to internal disorder. No clear owner, no consistent process, Too many explanations. The fastest way to retention or to increase retention is to reduce chaos. Reduce chaos as much as possible. The silent treatment, the back and forth with regards to feedback, the back and forth with regards to giving information. Whatever is happening to you internally must be managed well internally so that it doesn't, escalate, right? So if you don't know how to manage your internal process, it will result to chaos afterwards. And with that, customers will want to come again to you. Number 5 is that the future really belongs to structured businesses. So as SMEs, you need to really structure your business. Again, remember, you're selling the truth, you must deliver the truth. And this is what in my organization, is what we do. Marketing sells the truth, operations delivers the truth. So as customers becomes more exposed, tolerance for disorder drops. And AI and automation won't fix, this problem either. They will reveal it. And so it is very important that we understand that, as business owners, it is not the idea of, I want to automate, no. It is that we have to create a structure that works. Who is responsible for what? At what time? So, who is responsible to cater to this first step? Who is responsible to the next step? Who is responsible for the third step? Who is responsible for the last step? Who is responsible to post-delivery? Because most SMEs, once they deliver, they leave it at that. But post-delivery is also very important. Who is responsible for that? Client feedback. Are you happy? Did you enjoy it? Was it good? Did you, have a good time with us? Would you like to come back again? We have new products we want to. So it is easy from that point forward if we're able to structure our process. So the SME that will last are the ones that feel calm to deal with. You have to be predictable as an SME. You have to be accountable as an SME. You have to be very human as an SME. Empathy is the driver of retention. Empathy is the driver of retention. And so for an SME, these are the 5 keys that I believe, would help retain customers in this dispensation that we are in. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Michael. Quite an inspiring session. Ms. Dami, I want to know, are you online now? Hello, Ms. Dami, are you online now? I don't think she came back online. Maybe she's having difficulties with her network. Thank you so much, everyone. It was quite an inspiring presentation. I really learned a lot from each and every one of you. So right now, with no much ado, we're going to go into the session of question and answers because we're trying to round up in the next 20 minutes. I'm trying to round up in the next 20 minutes. So I'll just ask this first question because I feel that in this competitive world that we have a lot of bigger brands and we have brands that are just trying to come up and they're doing the same business. So I want to ask, and we all know that SMEs don't have the same amount for advertising like bigger brands. So I want to ask each and every one of you, how can Nigeria SMEs compete with larger brands? How can SMEs compete with larger brands despite limited budget and infrastructure challenges? Did you get my question? Please, if you got my question, just signify by answering. How can Nigerian SMEs compete with larger brands despite limited budgets and infrastructure challenges? Because everyone wants to climb to the top. So how can these SMEs compete with them?
Okay, so let me just address that. Like I mentioned on my during my presentation, there was a particular question that I addressed last year, which was just exactly like this. Someone in the agricultural space who was trying to compete with large conglomerates like Dangote Foods and Bua and all of that. The important thing to note is that you cannot outspend them. You don't have budgets. Do you understand? And I was giving the person an example that if a fintech can come into a market space and spend 2 years, 3 years worth of marketing budget just to gain market share. They don't want to make profit. They just want to get market share. And you're trying to you're trying to live day to day, so you really cannot outspend them. But what you can do, what I've found with a lot of SMEs is that you can outstory them, and let me use that word. You can tell much more compelling stories than a lot of large organizations, because while they are going through different forms of approval, legal approval, corporate communications approval, and all of that, you can just share an interesting story. And I'll go back to an example I gave the woman who asked me a question. She's in the agricultural space, and I told her, I said, instead of selling your features, your products, because at the end of the day, quality and features are a dime a dozen. But your story is unique to you. I told her, okay, why don't you share stories of the people who are working with you on the farm, the community that you're operating in, I think somewhere in Ondo State or Ekiti State. Who are these women who leave their homes, who come to your farm, who help you to plant, to harvest, and all of that? What are their stories? Do you understand? How has their lives improved since you started that business in their community? How have you been able to provide jobs in the community? How have you been able to maybe help somebody send their daughter to school, and so on and so forth? And that's particular to that person. But ultimately, what it means is that as an SME, you have a lot more authentic stories to tell. So you can tell a lot more impactful and authentic stories than a lot of large conglomerates, and you don't need a lot of budgets to do it again. Do you understand? Again, storytelling is not always video. It can be a picture taken well with the right caption. It can be an Instagram stories post. Like, you just put text there. Do you understand? Storytelling takes so many forms, and I feel like that's one way that that you as an SME can really compete with these large brands. Tell stories, tell authentic stories, and tell them consistently, and most importantly, live up to the stories that you're telling.
Thank you so much, Mr. Edward. Thank you so much, Mr. Edward. SMEs, did you tell stories, tell authentic stories? So, do any other speaker have something to add to what he has said? Mr.
Yes.
Jack, okay.
So it is true that you cannot compete on the budget with bigger brands, but you can compete on accountability, right? Again, selling the truth and delivering the truth. Accountability is very key. Once you do that, easily people will come to you. Easily, you can't be, you don't have the money, but storytelling is very key. But after telling this story, you have to be very, very accountable. And so you can compete on accountability, and you win. You win very big. And we've seen that recently, where bigger brands are now coming down to smaller brands, smaller influencers to work with them. Why? Because people can trust those smaller brands, those smaller influencers to get their stories out there. Is a flat playing field right now. And so tell your stories, yes, but compete more on accountability. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Michael. I like the fact that he said you can sell accountability. I think that is what every SME needs to have. Thank you so much. Ms. Kenny, Mr. Jesse, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, so I always come from a data angle again. So just as I mentioned about segmenting your customers, yeah, storytelling and all that, but the accountability that he just mentioned, it's more like what I would say. So there's this tactic you can use to actually segment how you engage and become accountable to. Most customers expect you to remember them, and that's one advantage that an SME has over the big brands. They have too many customers to be concerned. They have a contact center with 500 agents that are taking calls. Some of them, you can't even know if they finished or wrapped up the call properly. But what you have is a closed user list that you can use to monitor and follow up. Members, customers appreciate that person that comes back to check that whatever complaint they made, whatever product they got, it's working fine. Segment those type of customers that are very valuable to you, because at the end of the day, it's your return on investment that you're working towards, and make sure you follow up with them. If you can keep that circle of customers together and always, like you said, be accountable to those guys, I think that word of mouth would happen and help your business to scale better.
Always come from a different angle. Thank you so much. Mr. Jesse, do you have another thing to add?
So far, so good. I think the speakers have been lovely. They've pretty much touched most of the things I would like to say. So I just want to reiterate that what sets smaller businesses apart from larger brands is closeness, just like the previous speaker mentioned, right? The ability to be empathetic to their cause, because you have like a smaller scale, the ability to resolve issues fast, and not only resolving issues fast, resolve issues personally, right? Treat them not just like a metric on your dashboard, but like an actual human, right? That way they see your business, right, as if it were their own, and it drives them to come to you to want to buy from you again, because they're not just buying like a product, or you're not just purchasing a service, but they are getting an experience, basically.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jesse. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Jesse. So I'm going to ask one question, and after that, we'll go to the last question before we call it a day. And so far, so good. It's been amazing. Thank you all for coming on board. So my question would be, at what stage should SMEs start focusing on retention instead of just acquisition? And how long should an SME realistically wait before expecting retention results? Did you get my question?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So everyone can answer first.
Okay. Retention starts from the get-go, in fact. You start to take retention seriously from.
I think, they've said it very well, but I'd just like to sum it up by saying SMEs must maintain the same energy that they deploy through marketing to inquiry and to delivery. They must maintain the same energy. Otherwise, you create problems for yourself. Now, like I said earlier, I said retention doesn't start after delivery. It starts from the moment you make a promise. The promise is the marketing. Then once you start from there, from the energy, the problem is that every time, most of the time, I see SMEs, they make promises, by the time they follow up with you with cost, the moment you pay, the energy drops. They stop responding, they stop acting, and that's it. But retention really is that you have to keep up with the same energy that you started with till the end. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Any other thing to add? So if there's no that, we'll just go to the final part, the final question. And as you're saying this final question, please give us a parting word for an SME, how you want them to grow, how you want them to improve in their businesses, because they're looking up to each and every, especially you speakers here, they're looking up onto you guys, you speakers, to be able to improve in their business. So let's have a parting word from your experience. What you feel they can do to retain their business, the retention strategy that has worked for you, that gives you the highest return on investment. So, and as you're saying that, please just also give us a parting word, because we're definitely running out of time right now. So any speaker can start first.
All right, let me go first. So my parting word to SMEs in Nigeria or as a whole is that if there's one thing, right, that you have to look at is, don't build your business for just today's sale, right? Build it for people who will still choose you tomorrow, right? Because one thing you need to understand is that customers have options. They don't stay. Oh, okay.
So good afternoon once again.
especially even when things don't go according to plan, because no business is 100%, right?
Yeah.
So big businesses, most times they grow with money, but as a small business, you need to grow with trust, because that's something that is free and can come easily once you build it. And the thing about trust is that it's built quietly, but basically over time through small actions that you take every day. So follow up, listen, and fix what you can. So that's all.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That means a whole lot. Like, follow up as much as you can. Thank you so much. Miss Kenny.
So I think what I would say is to turn every opportunity into a chance of loyalty. So more like turn complaints into loyalty opportunities. So in your business, there are bound to be complaints received from customers and all. As I have mentioned about your segmentation, those insights tend to help you identify who's complaining, who's speaking, intelligently address those complaints, and you'll be shocked to see how you can turn complaints into loyalty opportunities that return high profitability. For instance, if one of your highest customer lifetime value customers are complaining, build your system around ways to address complaints instantly. And not every customer is treated the same. I'm a customer experience expert and can tell you that you can't treat every customer the same. That's why the banks have different types of products. So make sure that you work with that structure to be able to address your complaint and make sure that everyone that comes in through those channels have their personalized experience that can always turn your customers to brand loyal customers. So just keep that in mind, that every complaint is an opportunity to get a loyal customer. Optimize and maximize every chance you get using your data and information at the back of your head. And I think that you will not miss it. The big brands don't have time for this because there's too much in terms of numbers, but you as a small customer, you can identify easily and know the ones that you can follow through. Not to say that there's none that you shouldn't follow through, but you have to look at your numbers at the end of the day. Yes, so yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kenny. And so to my last two speakers, anyone can come first.
My final words would be that, and of course I'm a PR consultant, so I'm looking at everything from that point of view. My final word to not just SMEs, to any business essentially, would be that most retention failures aren't about tactics or technology. A lot of times they're about unclear promises and inconsistent delivery. People, of course, are already operating in a trust deficit mindset, in a trust deficit society. So you are now also compounding the trust deficit. So a lot of times it's not even about tactics, it's not about technology, it's not about operations. A lot of times it's just failing. You pay for data expecting that data will last you for 6 weeks, and then 3 days later it doesn't last you, and then somebody's trying to explain to you the technicality of how much gigabytes something runs in the background and all of that. You're not interested. They've really created an opportunity for you to not use them again and go try someone else. So again, I'll say that know what you stand for, communicate it clearly, and deliver it consistently, because a lot of people always, like, people come to us and feel like, oh, PR is like it's like an act. Like, oh, once you do PR, like, you just solve all your problems, and really that's not PR. That's whatever it is. It's definitely not PR. What you need over time is to be able for people to know what you stand for, and knowing what you stand for will be about not just communicating what you stand for, but for delivering on what you stand for. That service delivery. That's what I think a lot of people need to learn about. Meeting promises and delivering consistently on what you say you are, and that's what people will take away. That's the perception they'll have about you, and that will be more effective than any loyalty program you can run, any advertising campaign you can run, or any giveaway that you want to do.
Thank you so much, Mr. Edward. Mr. Michael, your passing word.
Thank you very much. So as SMEs, you must understand that trust is your currency. And there are 4 things responsible for that. Number 1, you have to minimize complaints as much as possible. That should be your major focus, actually. Every time you get feedback, make sure you don't get that same feedback. It's a negative feedback. Make sure you don't get that feedback again. So it happens once, it doesn't happen again, or it must not happen again. That should be the goal. Number 2, timely response to inquiries, to delivery. Number 3, optimize timely delivery. It is very, very important. Once you can do that, and then honest communication. Things go wrong sometimes. There are things we cannot control. But once you get yourself in that, situation, make sure you communicate honestly, and don't communicate out of impulse or, rush of emotions. Take your time, be professional with it, structure it, and make sure, ask the question, if this person received this, how would that person feel? How would this person react? And then go back to the drawing board, redraft your email, redraft your response, and then throw it out to them. That way, your customer retention is much more guaranteed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Michael. Thank you to all our esteemed speakers. Thank you to Mr. Edward. Thank you to Mr. Jesse. Thank you to Ms. Kenny. Thank you to Mr. Michael. It was amazing. I personally have learned a lot, and I think when I start to do my own business, I had things that would take me to take my business to the next level. And with this, we'll call this the end of this session. Till next month again, we hope to have SME clinic once in a month, every month. So depending on the topic, we bring speakers from far and wide. And if you need any inquiries, you can always reach out to us on BusinessDay TV on YouTube, or reach us on Instagram. Thank you so much, and have a blessed day, everyone.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
points from the prior days of 176,809.43 points. And market capitalization also climbed to 114.377 trillion naira compared with 113.496 trillion naira previously, signaling robust investor appetite, while 49 stocks appreciated overall with 32 declines, pointing to increased buying activity on the Lagos Stock Exchange. And now moving on, the Senate has amended the Electoral Act to mandate results upload from polling units to INEC's IREF portal, reversing an earlier rejection and responding to civil society calls for transparency, while infrastructure poses a big challenge. And broadband reportedly covers only about 50% of Nigerians, with rural access at 23%, as millions remain unconnected, and while 37% of mobile users still rely on 2G networks, complicating nationwide electronic uploads. And now the federal government is reportedly rolling out a 90,000 kilometer fiber networks of 3,700 rural towers and 2 satellites under project of LG 774, and targeting all 774 local government areas by the end of 2026. And still on, Nigeria's crypto market is entering a new phase, shifting from speculative trading to payments and cross-border transfers as demand for faster, cheaper value exchange grows. Now, this change follows a surge in regional transaction volumes, with sub-Saharan Africa recording more than $205 billion in on-chain activity between July 2024 and June 2025. Now, high remittance, coarse currency volatility, and gaps in traditional banking are driving adoption locally, while fragmented wallet custody, compliance, and settlement systems have raised user fees to as much as 8% and increased exposure to market swings. Reports reveal that Lagos-based OBX, which has processed nearly $20 billion in trades, has opened its back-end infrastructure through a public API to support other exchanges. And analysts say stronger regulations and shared infrastructure could boost dollar liquidity, cut cost, and reposition Nigeria's crypto sector towards practical financial use. Coming up, CBN reopens dollar top 4 bureau changes to core Naira gap. We bring you these and more after this break. Stay with us. Welcome back. The Nigeria Central Bank has reopened access to the official foreign exchange market for more than 80 licensed bureau de change in a move aimed at narrowing the gap with the parallel market. Now, in a circular signed by Musa Nakoja, the CBN said each bureau de change can now access up to $150,000 weekly through authorized dealer banks at prevailing market rates, a sharp increase from previous allocations. The Naira strengthened to 1,348.95 Naira per dollar in the official market on Wednesday, while the parallel rate held at 1,440 Naira, leaving a gap of 92 Naira, and external reserve rose to $47.38 billion. Industry leaders say the directive will boost dollar liquidity and investor confidence, and though analysts caution the impact will depend on strict regulation and whether supply is sufficient to ease retail demand and curb speculation. And now away from that story, Nigeria's flagship maritime security program, the Deep Blue project, is set for possible expansion as the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency seeks to strengthen security across the Gulf of Guinea. The Director General of NIMASA, Dayo Mubirola, during a strategic visit to the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Idi Abbas, revealed that the agency, with the backing of President Bola Tinubu and the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy and the Nigerian Navy, is preparing proposals to scale up the Deep Blue project. Vice Admiral Abbas called for the review of the Memorandum of Understanding between the Navy and NIMASA and urged the agency to engage naval facilities for vessel repairs, hydrographic surveys, charting, and wreck removal. Now, with the Gulf of Guinea once ranked among the world's most dangerous shipping routes, the planned expansion is expected to further strengthen Nigeria's maritime safety and project trade routes. Now, also Nigeria's stock market has delivered a powerful rally, with investors recording about 4.14 trillion naira in gains in just 3 trading days this week. Now, by the close of Wednesday's session, total market capitalization climbed to 114.38 trillion naira, and while the Nigerian Stock Exchange All-Share Index jumped 3.76%. The rally had been broad-based, with banking stocks leading the charge, rising by nearly 58 points, with the insurance sector also showing renewed strength, while consumer goods and industrial stocks added to the momentum. And market breadth remained positive at close, with 49 stocks advancing against 32 decliners. And top performers including Consolidated Hallmark Holdings, Nestle, Fortis Global Insurance, and Mayer gaining the maximum 10%, while Honeywell Floor, Namath, the initiator RT Briscoe, and Sterling Financial Holdings led the losers. And with the market now firmly above the 114 trillion naira mark, analysts say the next test will be whether momentum can be sustained amid evolving interest rate expectations and macroeconomic conditions. And also in the local news, Nigeria's Federation account has received a major revenue boost after the FAAC post-mortem subcommittee recovered 2.36 trillion naira and $7.87 million in previously unremitted funds in 2025 alone. The recoveries largely from oil and gas agencies represent a 73.5% increase over what was recovered in the entire 2024 financial year. Now, after a strong start in January, inflows weakened through mid-year before rebounding sharply in August and September, when recoveries peaked at over 380 billion naira in a single month. Now, documents show that an additional $261.98 million and 706.17 billion naira are still under reconciliation and mainly involving the NNPCL, the NUPRC, and the FIRS, and while a sharp jump in 2025 recovery points to tighter oversight and improved transparency. And now coming up, South African farmers count mounting losses. We'll bring you this and more after this commercial break. Stay with us. watching Business Day television news update at 2, and now moving on to Africa. Now, South Africa's beef industry has taken a major hit, with exports falling by 26% in 2025 despite strong global demand, largely due to a devastating outbreak of foot-and-mouth disease and a resulting ban from China. According to reports, the highly contagious livestock disease has now spread to 7 of South Africa's 9 provinces. And China, once South Africa's third largest beef export destination, slashed imports by 69% to just 1,687 metric tons after imposing a ban in May 2025, with the loss of access to the Chinese market and deepening the strain on producers. Now, the impact is already severe, with farmers warning that if the outbreak is not controlled, South Africa's livestock population could be cut in half within 2 years, pushing food prices higher across the country. And the government, however, launched its first foot-and-mouth vaccination drive in 20 years, targeting 80% of the country's 12 million cattle, while vaccine shortages remain a major concern. And also, Libya has taken a major step toward reviving its oil and gas sector, awarding new exploration blocks to global energy giants for the first time in nearly 2 decades. Companies including Chevron, Italy's Eni, and Qatar Energy and Spain's Repsol emerged winners in the country's first licensing round since 2007. Eni and Qatar Energy secured the offshore area 01 in the gas-rich Ceuta Basin, while a Repsol-led consortium won offshore area 07. Now, Chevron made a high-profile return to Libya by securing the S4 block, one of the country's most prolific oil regions. Nigeria's Etio clinched the Mazog MI block. And Libya's government says it hopes the awards will restore confidence in a sector battered by years of conflict, shutdowns, and revenue disputes as new contracts follow a recent 25-year development deal signed with Total Energies and ConocoPhillips. Now, with a new investor-friendly contract model now in place, Libya is targeting a production increase from about 1.4 million barrels per day to 2 million barrels per day. And I'm moving on to the foreign scene. Russia has ordered a nationwide block on WhatsApp, tightening restrictions on messaging apps in Moscow this week. According to Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov, the move follows Meta's alleged refusal to comply with Russian law, and adding operations could resume if it enters dialogue. Russia designated Meta an extremist organization in 2022, blocking Instagram and Facebook, while Russians can still access them through VPNs. And authorities argue WhatsApp and Telegram failed to store user data locally and say WhatsApp fuels fraud. A state agency TASS reports WhatsApp may be permanently blocked in 2026. Officials are promoting the state-developed Max app reinstalled on new devices since 2025 and required for many public workers, while critics and Telegram's Pavel Durov warn Max lacks encryption, enabling surveillance and censorship. And still on the foreign news, the U.S. job growth strengthened in January, with employers adding 130,000 positions, nearly double forecast, as the labor market showed signs of recovery after a weak 2025. Now, the Labor Department said unemployment dipped to 4.3% from 4.4%, while annual wage growth held at 3.7%, supported mainly by hiring in healthcare and construction. The improvement follows a sluggish year that saw just 181,000 jobs, with broader revisions showing 862,000 fewer roles created than first estimated amid tariff uncertainty, spending cuts, and tighter immigration policies. Economists caution the January surge may overstate underlying strength and noting declines in federal government and finance jobs. Still, the data could reduce pressure on the Federal Reserve to cut interest rates despite President Donald Trump's call for monetary easing. We'll bring you the sports news after this break. Stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day.
Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
So watching the last ever news update on Business Day Television at 2, and I'm moving on to sports news. Nottingham Forest have sacked Sean Deige after almost 4 months in charge after former Wolves manager Victor Pereira emerging as a leading candidate to replace him. Deige becomes the third manager dismissed by Forest this season. His departure was confirmed shortly after midnight on Thursday following Wednesday's 0-0 draw with Wolves, a result that left the club 17th in the Premier League, just 3 points above the relegation zone with 12 matches remaining. Pereira is reported to be the current sole candidate under consideration by Forest hierarchy, and Forest owner Evangelos Marino. He is previously employed the Portuguese coach at Olympiacos, where he won the league and cup double in 2015. The prior working relationship is understood to be a significant factor in his candidacy. Pereira was sacked by Wolves in November, but successfully kept them in the Premier League last season, demonstrating his ability to steer a club clear of relegation trouble. And now to end the news, Manchester City raced to a 3-0 victory over Fulham on Wednesday, moving within 3 points of Premier League leaders Arsenal. And Pep Guardiola's side, criticized in recent weeks for costly second-half lapses, had the contest wrapped up before the break. 3 goals in a 15-minute first half burst from Antoine Tamayo and Nico O'Reilly and Erling Haaland sealed City's 20th consecutive win over Fulham in all competitions. And Haaland extended the lead in first half stoppage time and later added his first non-penalty Premier League goal since December 20, drilling into bottom corner from outside the box in the 39th minute. Now, with the point secured, Guardiola's afforded Haaland a rare rest in the second half, introducing Omar Mamouche in his place. Now, this is where we wrap up the Business Day Television News Update this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all our platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more insights. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Yes, right again this afternoon on Business Day Television. You're welcome to Behind the Headlines, where we provide an in-depth analysis of key stories published by our own Business Day newspaper daily. Today, the story focus is Dangote's $20 billion bet pays off as refinery hits world record. And sitting with me to analyze the story is Mr. Joshua Bassi.
Thank you.
Welcome to Behind the Headlines
Thank you, Destiny.
this afternoon. Talking about this, I just want to give like a brief intro of the story that we will be analyzing this morning, the headline I mean to say. So it's like Dangote's $20 billion refinery investment appears vindicated as production hits 75 million liters daily. Right, and this is signaling a major shift in Nigeria energy independence and even the FX dynamics, also domestic fuel pricing and even industrial capacity.
Yeah.
Right. So now I've come to actually analyze what this whole story is talking about. Now we know that a whole lot is happening. Now, we are being joined by our editorial director of Business Day Television, Mr. Joshua Bassi, to actually analyze this particular story. Now, quickly, what specifically qualifies this output as a world record? Now, is it scale, is it speed of ramp up, or even refinery configuration?
Okay, thank you, Destiny. Straight to your question, what qualifies this as what global record? The global recognition is the scale. You know, this is the only refinery in the world that has has the capacity to refine 650,000 barrels of crude per day, right?
Wow, yeah.
A single train, refinery. You know, of course, there are refineries that are bigger than this. You know, that can refine more than what the Dangote refinery can refine. But that is not. It's not a single train. So they have different trains to be able to refine what it is at the time. But this is the only one globally that can refine as much as 650,000 barrels of crude oil in one single train per day. So that is that scale that gives it that global recognition.
All right.
Basically, so it's the scale.
Okay. Now, having said that, I mean, we all know that like 75 million liters daily translating to Nigeria's actual fuel demand, right? So now, are we now self-sufficient?
Okay, let me, perhaps, maybe I should say this. Before now, we having, what we were having is, we still have 4 publicly owned refineries.
Okay.
There are 2 of them in Port Harcourt. There's one in Warri, and there's another one in Kaduna.
Yeah.
And for years, Nigeria has operated, with these 4 refineries.
All right. Okay.
But unfortunately, these 4 refineries, going to almost about 30 years or even more, have not been functioning or producing to the desired level. In fact, for instance, Kaduna doesn't even produce at all. So for many years. So that actually left us as a country, even though Nigeria is the largest crude producer in the world. And a key member of OPEC. Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. Yeah, we are actually we are number 1 in Africa. Okay. You know. So, but for a very long time, for so many years, we were not refining.
Exactly.
We were just importing.
Yeah.
And so that's why for every Nigerian who truly love this country, you are happy. Even though we don't work with the Dangote refinery, we don't work there. It's not our business, but it's something that something of pride that you're seeing one man standing up to say, look, we can't continue to just be importing fuel. Exactly. I mean, as a crude oil producing nation.
He brought possibility into that sector.
So, and that's why in the headline of the story we are talking about that the bet. Because at the time he got into it, people were like, will you be able to do this? I mean, there were people who doubted. In fact, Dangote himself at a point said he was like, look, am I getting into the wrong thing?
Exactly.
Or will I be able to do this?
He had
Eventually
doubts.
he was able to do it. And so when we're talking of 75 million being able to now, now that they've ramp up capacity to produce, I mean,
in other words, it's very encouraging.
Yeah, up to 650 barrels per day, and of course able to supply 75 million liters of petrol daily within the economy. It's something that we are happy about.
Yeah.
So definitely, I mean, if I may ask your question truly, this is good for the economy because we're going to see maybe less dependence on imported even though yes we still import, but if you ask me, I will really say that look, with what Dangote is doing, we probably may not need to import. Of course, people will argue with you that it can't be Dangote doing that.
I like the angle with which Dangote has actually been able to keep up with this, and he just keeps winning, and then a whole lot of people see him as the man of the year actually already. He was the man of 2025, and he's still working towards being the man of 2026 as well. But then it is giving encouragement to other people to actually want to come up with good refineries to actually, because this actually needs a competition to make it better for the citizens.
Exactly. We know that, for instance, Bua, is also is building another one in Akwa State.
Okay.
We hope that I read a report recently that it might be ready next year.
What about Aradel Holdings? I also hear they were coming up with something as well.
Yeah, but of course,
but that's something lower?
Yeah, that could be something lower. But we know definitely that Bua is actually constructing his own refineries
and that would definitely really
State. So we have Dangote is already there. We have Bua, if Bua comes up either next year or any other time. So that will further add to that will bring about, of course, competition.
Of course,
will also help us to even have more of local refining capacity, and that's good for the economy.
It is very good for the economy. The competition is very necessary, if you ask me. So then, what immediate impact should Nigerians actually expect on pump prices and even FX pressures?
Okay, son. So, like I said, from the, let us look at the FX
pressures.
Like I said, for many years we've been importing. In fact, one of the major, crises that Nigeria, has faced has been the pressure, FX pressure, and the key factor to that is fuel importation. Okay, so with Dangote now, producing locally, and we are seeing less of import. Yet we still import.
Of course.
There are some marketers that are still importing. Yes, but then it is not a situation where the entire country, the entire economy was depending on the imported petroleum product. So we see Dangote has done so much. So the pressure on FX has reduced.
Wow.
That is good for the naira. Right. That is good for the naira. So we don't see that kind of pressure, because when the entire country was depending on the import, there's a lot of importing every now and then. So at least the pressure on FX has reduced now. So that is good for us as a people. That's good for us as an economy. Wow. Then talking about supply. Talk about whether supply. So you're also going to have a situation where, like I said, where you have, because Dangote himself is also even getting into distribution.
Okay.
Distribution through MRS, filling stations. So definitely, the fact that we are not only now depending on imported products, so we expect to see some level of, from time to time, maybe a little bit of, reduction in the price. Because what this has also done is that freight, the cost of freight, bringing the thing into the country. So that cost of bringing, imported petroleum product into the country has been cut off.
It has been cut
off. So that should, ultimately reflect on the price. And that's why it's not surprising that you see, I think only yesterday there was a Dangote again slash. The
price of fuel again.
Wow. So you saw what in December, all throughout December, we were buying at 739 naira.
Yeah.
If I think it was just in January that the price went up again to 789.
Wow.
But now the price has dropped again to 770 something or thereabout. But so that also is like what Nigerians are also benefiting from the fact that, look, we now have a local refinery that is actually refining and then distributing locally.
Nigerians are actually very happy with this development.
So to that extent,
because to a large extent, we don't find all those fuel crises, all those scarcity anymore.
Exactly.
And those a whole lot of controversy among the marketers.
Exactly.
We at the end of the day, we the citizens, we bear their brunt for a long time.
I have spent Destiny. I have spent a night at the filling station just because I wanted to buy fuel.
You can imagine.
I don't think we can
a whole lot of black market experiences.
I don't think we can ever go back
to that point.
To that era where people will spend hours, people will spend nights at the filling station because
of controversies of marketers.
Because the marketers were actually manipulating the whole thing. And there were times that they
collaborated into doing things that will affect the masses.
NNPC.
Wow.
They colluded with the NNPC to create artificial scarcity. And then they will bring in product and then allow them to stay on the waters and then tell you, we can't bring them in, there is storm and all of that.
We're happy about Dangote's refinery's existence.
And then they sell at whatever price they choose to sell. And because you didn't have a choice, you just have to buy. I don't think we can ever go back to that.
So sad. So how is this output affecting competition with NNPC and fuel importers? You're just talking about it now, but how is this output actually affecting them? I'm not sure it will be in one of your good days.
No, definitely. You've been seeing, from time to time, you see what looks like a fight between them and Dangote. So
I'm sure it's as a result of that.
I like the competition because one, Dangote produces locally, so that's good. But again, we also have a situation where the marketers and themselves will say, look, it can only just be one person that will be supplying petroleum product to the entire economy. I think I align with that to some extent, and that's why government is allowing them to import. So you bring it in, so you not look as if it's only Dangote, because if it is only Dangote, that is, Dangote refinery, there could be some tendency for monopoly. And then if you have a monopolistic market, the man who is the monopolist can actually, just control the price somehow. So I like the fact that there's still competition. The only thing is that that competition, as it is today, is between importers and the Dangote refinery.
But if
that is also good. That is also good because it's like there's some level of check and balances.
True.
So it's also good for the economy. It's good for
if only the NNPC had developed or repaired the other refineries before now, long before now, they would have been in the good books of the citizens.
But talking about the NNPC, they failed us. They failed Nigeria.
In so many ways.
Because we've seen billions of dollars spent on those refineries. They talk about the turnaround maintenance of the refinery, worry, Port Harcourt, and
so we must give it to,
and nothing has come out of
we must give it to Tinubu's administration for being able to actually even helping us see some of this, and downtime in these various sectors, because he still tried to he wanted to bring those refineries back to life. I don't know what is still, causing the delay.
No, very recently, I think this was just last week, the Group Managing Director of the NNPC, Bayo Ojulari, actually said that, look, those refineries cannot, I don't think they
can't come on board anymore.
So I think that people have been clamoring. I know very well, for instance, and then Nigerian Employers Consultative Association, NECA. I also know of Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. And in fact, the private sector people telling the government, look, sell those refineries off at whatever price, just sell them off, because they've been
redundant. Yes.
It's not just redundant. We are seeing billions of dollars being spent on those refineries without any result. And so it doesn't make any economic sense. I ask people, if you have a company that is not bringing in anything,
would you rather not close it down?
Will you keep pumping money into that company without having anything in return? So the best thing would be that, okay, it's gotten to a point where very clearly that this company cannot make profit anymore.
At all.
What you do is either you sell it or you scrap it, and maybe you just abandon it. And so it's unfortunate that we see the Nigerian government keep spending money on those refineries, whereas those refineries are not bringing anything, are not adding any value to the economy.
All right, very quickly, for my last question for you today on Behind the Headlines is beyond fuel, right? What broader macroeconomic shifts could this refinery actually trigger? Could it be jobs, inflation, trade balance, or GDP growth?
All of that.
Wow.
All of that. The Dangote refinery, a lot of people have created jobs for so many people. Skill transfer, as we speak, there are Nigerian who are experts who were sent abroad to get training to be able to operate within that industry. Recall, so they are there working, and then it's adding value. It's also helping to we talk about FX stability. That has reduced pressure on FX, and that has helped Nigeria, the Naira to strengthen. So those are the kind of things that, it's not just fuel supply to the local economy. Jobs have been created. It has helped Naira to,
appreciate.
It has helped to, stabilize, FX or reduce pressure on FX. So all of that, and so all of that is adding, value to having to grow the GDP. So definitely, there's so much that we see that this has brought positively, on the economy.
All right. And so you've been watching Behind the Headlines here on Business Day television. And we've been talking about Dangote's $20 billion bet pays off as refinery hits world record. And I have been with Mr. Joshua Bassi, the editorial director, Business Day television, as you have been able to give a whole lot of insight into, this headline story, from Business Day newspaper. And this analysis were really at the top. Thank you so much, Mr. Joshua, for your time on Behind the Headlines. So now this is where we draw the curtain today on Behind the Headlines. Join us same time tomorrow for yet another interesting analysis of our Business Day headlines. And I promise you it's going to be very, very interesting. My name is Destiny Momo. Join us same time tomorrow. Good afternoon.